Yes, 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 yes. Good day, good day, good day. Are you out there? Can you hear me? And can you see me? Welcome, one, welcome all to the Elevation podcast. And I'd like to know if we're coming through live and clear. So let us know if you can hear and see. If you can, say yes, yes, yes. I can hear, I can see. Good. It's good to see you all. It's good to feel you all. It's good to be here on this wonderful day in July. Uh, we are in the wave of the Sirius alignment, even though the direct alignment was between the 3rd and the 9th. We are still in the wave of the Sirius Sun and Earth alignment, and it continues straight on through the summer. So, welcome all of you. Um, they call the one you're listening to Dr. B Sirius. And yeah, we're going to get into it. We have a very special presentation today, and my highest choice is that when you hear what you hear, you'll be able to help apply this to your lives, because these pieces that we're going to be covering today are important for all of us to help elevate our lives. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. The first question is who's here for the first time? If you're here for the first time, please put that you're first time and how you heard about us. If you've been here before, let us know that you've been here before. You're a VIP. You're an old person from back in the day. I don't mean old, because none of us are technically old unless you're like 150 years old. Middle age is about 80. Yes, and that is the fact. So let us know where you at, where you're coming from, how you heard about it. Did you hear about it from Black Magic 363? Did you hear about it from one of the Billy Carson Forbidden Knowledge channels? Or did you hear about this through IG, Facebook, a friend? Or did it just come through the universe as osmosis and you just picked it up? We're broadcasting live right now from the Elevation Studios, and we have a very, very special guest we're going to be bringing up in just a few moments. So before we proceed, I'd like to ask for permission. First, let's give ourselves permission. Each one of you must wake up each day. Each one of us, we should wake up each day and give ourselves permission to be our best self, to step past our old self and step into a new realm, a new life, a new energy. So just for 1 second, just give yourself permission. Give yourself a permission slip to be able to step into this information and be able to use the new energy that you're obtaining right now from the sun, from the moon, from Sirius, from the universe, from the trees, from the birds. The environment right now is moving through you. It's moving with us. We are part of the universe, and the universe is part of us. It is all a musical concert, an orchestra of music, and it has a lot to do with the instrument we play. Our bodies are instruments. What instrument would you like to play? Which life would you like to live? You may choose now. We are choosing our lives each day. We're choosing our experiences each day. At least 50% of our experiences come from us. The other 50 are just happening in the universe. And sometimes we're going through tests and trials and tribulations. That is a part of living on the planet, just like the trees, just like the birds. Each day we must remind ourselves and give ourselves permission. So give yourself permission now. And take a deep breath. And right now, I'd like to ask for permission that for us to present this information today. Is it okay that we present information that you may have never heard before, never thought about in this way, or thinking about in different ways? Is it okay if we present this information in a new way? Is that okay? If it's okay, say yes. Is it okay if we make this a little fun and maybe a little entertaining, maybe a little highly spirited? Is that okay? And is it okay if we talk about some things that may be challenging, that may challenge your current state of mind and what you think you know and your current perceptions and projections? Would it be okay if we discuss some things that may ruffle your feathers and agitate your life, to move some of the toxins out and to breathe the new breath of life in this moment? Is that okay? Yes, 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 yes. I'd like to start off, and I was going to play some music, but there's still some issues going on with the mixer here at Elevation. We're not sure why it doesn't broadcast the music, but that's okay. Right now, I'd like to bring to the stage a very good friend of mine, a colleague, a teacher, a mentor, a coach, a doctor of naturopathic medicine who has worked with Elevation for many, many years. Since we got started, he has been here to help to give us a very scientific approach of what we do. Sometimes when, we speak, especially when Dr. B speaks, he's like, it's out there, it's kind of emotional and it's very feeling and it's in the body. But Dr. Mahdi, he helps us to bring it up into the head to bring some of the other aspects of what we're talking about. And we have always had a very good partnership and a good team. And I am honored to bring him to the stage right now. Dr. Mahdi. Dr. Mahdi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me well?
I hear
Is
you
this sound good?
well.
Okay,
I hear you
fantastic.
well. We see you well. I love the new look with
Yeah, thank you, brother.
the 70s afro.
Hey, man, they got to bring it back.
It's beautiful, man. It's great for us to, always be ready to present, you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Who
sir.
we truly are,
Absolutely.
And a lot of times we're going for a look that other people expect. We're going for a way
Mm,
of talking that other people are going to say, "Oh wow, that's in time," or
yeah,
other people are, validating who you are. But when you strike out on your own and become a totally indivisible individual. When I say indivisible, we mean indivisible from your true self, your
yes, yes,
original self, what you truly feel. Your true artistic expression of the world is extremely, extremely important. So, but we get caught up in fashion and
hmm
what things are supposed to look like. And then we project on our lives what we think we should look like to fit in with everybody else, when actually the most successful things in nature stand out and express themselves totally as themselves. So,
absolutely.
so we love the new look.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So let's talk. First, let's set the stage. So we did the series. What was our series called that we just did? The
The
Soulful
social
Science.
science of change and metamorphosis.
So that is a 3-part class that is available at elevationtime.com. It is available, all 3 classes. It was great. We covered a lot. But as Dr. Mahdi and I were talking just the other day, we started talking about, I was explaining to him that I hear a lot of people talk and they always say what other people think. You know
Mm,
how they think, you know how
mhm.
they feel. They say things like, well, you know how black people always and white people
Yeah.
always, or the others, they always. We always speak about what we feel other people do or how other people are. And I started bringing it to the point of inflammation and how I felt that this causes inflammation in the body because what you're saying, what you're thinking does not fit the vibration of what's natural.
Hmm.
It's unnatural. So a lot of people think that, inflammation just comes from what you eat or you hurt your arm or your leg. But I am looking at a type of spiritual or energetic or non-physical inflammation that could happen in the mind because you're speaking on things that are not so. They're not factual because we don't
hmm
actually know enough people. So if you say how a group of people acts, you don't even know them.
Exactly.
The amount of people that each of us actually knows is very small. So if
Yes.
it's very small. So when you say what people do or how people act, a lot of times you're going based on social media. You're going based on what they've given you in the news or what they've given you in movies. You see, so it's back to this individuality thing and not being totally authentic, coming from the place that we are naturally coming from, saying that I'm not sure, or saying some people. I hear, well, not that many people are vegans. How do you know? You don't know enough people.
Yeah.
How many people are doing something new, or how many people are what you call conscious, and what is consciousness to you? So this is where this concept of coming in and talking today and presenting the class that we're going to do next week, which we'll talk about, how this came up, how we need to tap into a little bit more on this, what they call perception, and also to tap into a little bit more about or deeper into this the laws of attraction and how it taps into the the reticular activating system. So, Mahdi, you take it away and give us the basis for where we're going today.
Well, just kind of to talk, just even what you were just saying about how we make a lot of blanketed statements about people, situations, and circumstances, and it's based on our cognitive framework. And I'm going to define that in a little bit for all of us, but it's just, how we see and engage with the world based on our point of view. And it's that cognitive framework for a lot of us that has been conditioned by what we've gained from our parents, our education, our culture, society at large. And that is what we're going to look at today, that cognitive framework. What made us who we are and how we see the world. And coming up with a lot of the assumptions that we make about ourselves and about life based on this cognitive framework, and how that ties into this amazing system that is in our brain called this reticular activating system, or the RAS, and how that has a profound influence on our ability, our capacity to attract and bring forth things into our world based on our point of view in the world, based on our perceived understanding of what is possible for us in the world, and how that ties in. Of course, what we discussed in the series was literally about the identity, and we talked about going through that rebirthing process, and people who went through all three received that rebirth certificate, and that was all around identity. And so getting really deep into that now from this cognitive framework and understanding the reticular activating system, and how that truly is the basis for what we attract to our lives, as far as the people who show up in our lives, the circumstances that are in our lives, as far as our environments, the amount of health, wealth, and blessings that we receive from life, is all based on this cognitive framework. And so we're going to dissect that today and look at how, when there's imbalances there, how that shows up as limitation, lack, and continuous suffering, to be quite honest, that we end up experiencing in our lives due to the cognitive framework that we have created as architecture for who we are, and how that shaped the architecture of our reticular activating system, of our brains, and even of our entire full body. It's based on this cognitive framework. So that's what we're going to be getting into today. So Doc, I don't know if you want to go ahead and put up the slide deck. We can, jump in. Okay, let me see here. Dr. B, you there?
Oh, I was off screen for a second. I was talking to myself. I thought I was on. How many times do you think you're on, but actually you're off? Sometimes you think you're off, but actually you're on. Wow.
Absolutely.
I was on. I could perceive it and conceive it, but you guys couldn't. That's interesting. So today's talk is exposing the real roots of dysfunction. The real roots of dysfunction. Locating 3 sticky thought patterns that stop your flow. Exposing the real roots. See, if a tree is having issues with the leaves or the fruit, some folks attempt to spray something on the tree, on the leaves, to attempt to fix the fruit.
Yes.
But actually, the issue starts in the root. The root if it's not receiving the right nutrition from the soil or the right messages or the correct messages from the mycelium network, then the tree is going to have issues as it expresses itself. It's not going to totally express itself in a balanced way because there's problems or issues or challenges at the root. So a lot of us at the root of our life, in the beginning of our life, we begin these habits. And in order to, if these habits are working for you, then great. But many times we find that our habits are they're getting us stuck. Once we locate the three sticky thought patterns that can stop your flow in any department, in any place in your life, there's three basic ones that we're going to talk about. And next week we're going to have the actual solution. We're going to show you how to, use the tools that we actually already have, because that's interesting too. A lot of things that we think we desire, we already have. We just don't exactly know where to look. So right now I'm having issues bringing up music on the mixer. So I could say, oh man, the mixer ain't this and it's blah, blah, blah. But really what it is that I don't have a clear a thought pattern or understanding, or even have I read the book. Actually, it doesn't come with a book. It comes with an online book, and it's not really clear to me. And it may be some button that needs to be pushed, but a lot of times the solution for what we're looking for is right here in front of us. But based on the way we were programmed from the root, from the start, from childhood, we may be getting stuck over and over because of the programming, and which could cause blindness, or what I like to call inflammation. It's like you're not being able to move forward because you're locked in like glue to something that needs to be broken. And once you break that bond to that sticky substance, then the flow begins to happen. Then you can allow your life to flow at a new level. So we're talking about learning to allow a new flow. So I'm going to go with the slides, Mahdi, and we can get started on this part of the presentation. Can you see them?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So you already kind of covered, the titles. You can get past that title page. We can jump right into the cognitive framing.
Yes.
And kind of start there.
Okay.
All right. So what you were talking about just now, Doc, about that root. That's that framework that we have, this cognitive framework, and it's the mental structure that shapes the way we perceive, interpret, respond to information and experiences. It involves that lens through which how we even look at the world and how we experience the world, how it actually even influences us based on the lens through which we're looking at it. And of course, then how we react or respond to the experiences that we're having. And so this framework is literally the foundation of the human experience for us. It is that root that Doc is speaking of. And when that root has been compromised and you're getting a fruit, or to use the analogy of the tree, you're getting leaves or fruits that are not what you desire, not what you want. And how we translate that is experiences in our life, that we're having that we don't desire. If it's a financial situation, if it's a health situation, if it's a relationship situation, whatever the circumstances are that we're looking at, we're seeing the outcome. And, as Doc was saying, we have to, a lot of times we would typically say, oh, if it's a relationship, I'll just get rid of this person, cut this person off, the way I would just cut a branch off that's not giving good fruit, cut this person off, cast them aside, and hopefully the next fruit that comes forth, or the next person that comes forth, will be able to be what I desire, not realizing that that person, that relationship, the same way that fruit is literally an expression of the root system, the architecture that's bringing it forth. And so this is where we get into this cognitive framework here. So we go to the next slide. So for those of you who've been with Doc and I, on previous lectures and talks in the past, we've mentioned this system a lot. And this is part of this framework, this cognitive framework. It's this reticular activating system. And it shapes for us how we perceive and what we focus on, what we are aware of, what we even deem that is important for us to be aware of. And it's all based in the brainstem, the lowest portion of the brain as far as functionality is concerned. And it really is part of that governing system that is, for most of us, unconscious. But it has extraordinary power in how it shapes and how we look at things. So, as I wrote down here, the reticular activating system is this network of neurons, and its job basically is to wake you up, have you alert, arouse you, help stimulate energy, and also helps you pay attention and focus on the things and filter things that are of most priority, most important to you in your life. We all have this, and we're doing it every single moment. And so when we talk about this filtering, even as you are hearing Doc and I speak to you right now, this system, these neurons are in full function mode right now, filtering information, processing it, saying, okay, what Dr. Mahdi talking about is a bunch of nonsense. I'm not going to pay attention here. Oh, I want to go look at my cell phone, or I want to read some other article, or whatever how you perceive what you're literally engaged in right now is coming through this system. So this is that filtering. And so the example I give, like if someone is wanting to focus on finding a new job, that reticular activating system is going to highlight job related information. If your focus is on buying a new car, it's going to highlight information around that car. You will start to see that car more so now out in the streets, especially after you buy it. You start to see your car everywhere because you have conditioned a reticular activating system that this is important. This is a priority. This is what I need to focus on. And when we talk about that arousal and that attention, it's where the brain now says, okay, this is what I must pay attention to. It enhances our alertness and our focus and gives this as a priority for what we deem as important. So we're going to pay attention to it. We're going to be aware of it. We're going to be alert about it. And this works very well when it comes to stress. Anytime we're dealing with anything that we perceive as a threat, if it's a person, if it's an environment, this RAS system is going to be there to protect us based on what we have conditioned ourselves as important, what matters to our safety, and we'll be on the lookout, trying to focus on any potential threats out there, assessing. And so, for example, another example, and it kind of speaks to what you were saying, Doc, earlier. If you have a perception about people, a particular people, based on your conditioning, and right now, you have like a big conversation is around this war that's taking place in what is called Israel, Palestine, and how you're perceiving the participating parties in that conflict, the Jews versus the Palestinians. And based on your conditioning, your cognitive framework around that story, around this perceived conflict, you may have a particular perception or opinion about it that's filtered through this system. And whether that perception is real or not, that's another story. Whether it's true or not, that's another story. But what your reticular activating system will give you is a story. It will give you an opinion. It will give you a point of view. That's what it's designed to do. You cannot escape that. As long as we are in this realm, we're governed by the conditions of this realm, specifically within this physical form that we call our body temples. And how that system works, it will conjure up and create a story, create meaning, and deem what is important based on how you've been conditioned and the beliefs that you have. And so we all have our conditions, we all have our beliefs, and it helps focus us on whatever it is that we think is important for our lives. And that's the story that this system will begin to conjure and create and allow us to focus on, make it the most important thing, keep in our awareness, keep us aroused to anything that's related to it. And this is how we unfold each and every moment of our lives. Doc, you have anything to add?
So we hear a lot about the law of attraction.
Yes, sir.
That's pretty widespread now, the law of attraction. And what has come through is that we all have the law of attraction. We're all using it. Is natural. It is already built into the system that the law of attraction is happening, and we're very attractive. We're very magnetic based on what we're focusing on, or as you say, what we believe. So it could be the body's looking to survive, but sometimes it's not in a disagreeable way. It says we need more vegetables in our food. We need to eat more vegetables. So if you focus on vegetables, the reticular activating system is going to pop up with all kinds of ideas about vegetables and fruits and things. You see, if you point, it's like a driver, a race car driver. I knew this guy who was a race car driver, and he says, if you're driving and you're driving over 100 and 200 miles an hour, however fast they're going, and there's a wall coming up and there's a curve, the way you must turn is to look towards the direction you'd like to go. If you look towards the direction that you'd like to go, your arms, your body, the brake, the gas, everything corresponds so that you can curve just in time without hitting a wall or without driving over the embankment. So looking towards what we desire in life is really important. The thing is that if our training from the root is to look for only problems and not necessarily opportunities that are going to help us rise or reach our goals, if you come from a family whose language is the language of disempowerment, how hard it is going to be, how tough it's going to be, who's after us, who the enemy is, all those things that are disagreeable, what happens is you're constantly looking towards them. And as you're saying, the reticular activating system, it says we're going to bring more evidence.
Yes.
To what you're thinking, saying, feeling, and emoting is true. Even though it may not be actually factually true, but that's the way you were programmed at the root. So a lot of us have to break a spell or many spells based on the language of disempowerment about how hard it's going to be to do everything in the world. So, I've heard a lot of people say, well, my family's got a lot of pressure on me because I'm the only one that could possibly go to college. So you're pressured to go to college, right? So you all of a sudden you start getting mail and college and different, all these different advertisements for colleges, but you may not desire to go to college. But because you're focused on something that the people told you about life, and you're not going to get a good job without going to college. If you believe that, you begin to look for more evidence and you start hearing people talk. Yeah, I failed college, so now I'm working at, Smokey's Diner. You know what I'm saying? So it's not really so, because some of the most successful people in the world never went to college. In fact, I was in college one time and I was saying, who's this guy's name on the top of the building? And they were like, blah, 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 whoever he was. Did he go to college? No. Colleges, some of them are named after people that didn't even go to college. They didn't even have a degree. They just were in genius mode. They were in the mode of doing something that had never been done. So today, I think part of our focus is learning to recognize what things are keeping us stuck, that our reticular activating system is showing us more evidence of. So if you keep saying, I already tried to do such and such, I failed. I tried to block, it doesn't work. And you may have tried 2 or 3 times and it didn't work. Some people give up on the first try. You tried to be a vegan, or you tried to eat better, or to be more of a conscious eater, and it didn't work because you failed, because your old self kept saying, man, you got to have meat. Where are you going to get your protein? All of these things that are not based in actual facts, because the animals that are made of protein are made of plants. They eat plants, and plants is where you get most of your protein. But the mindset has been programmed to look towards a direction, right? And we need to start looking at how we're steering our vehicle, which is our body. What are we looking at? What are we focusing on? What is an actual fact versus something that we believe based on that root programming?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So, just to sum up everything Doc just laid out for us right there, it all comes down to perception. And this is where well, let me say it like this. First, we don't see through our eyes. We don't hear through our ears. We do not feel through our skin. We do not taste through our tongue. We do not smell through our nose. Those are sensory organs. Those are the gateways for the brain to have access to the perceived external environment and send back information that it begins to create the imagery, create the sound, create the smell, create the taste within itself, because it literally exists in a sarcophagus or a coffin or a cave of darkness. And it uses these sensory organs to make sense of reality that it will then put together. And that's what we experience. That's what we perceive. So when we talk about perception, we have to understand what is actually happening, what is actually taking place. And that it's this 3-pound organ or so that exists in this dark coffin cave that we call a skull, that is using these organs, these extensions of itself that are called sensory organs, to bring information in so it can assimilate it and literally project an image. An internal image that's projected externally that we call our world or our existence. And this is what it's doing every moment, unless it's shut off when we're entering into that unconscious state and we're entering into that realm of sleep where those senses are no longer present. But as we all know, that we will even exist in other realms when we're in this quote unquote dream state that is completely cut off from this, what we call our physical reality, that is connected to us through the sensory organs. They all shut down. And the brain is still conjuring or still traveling or still engaging with realms through what we call dreams, where we still have eyes, ears to hear, skin and a body to feel. All these things are happening without the utilization of the physical sensory organs. That is perception. And it's through these senses that we perceive and we filter everything via our reticular activating system. And it's this perception that we have that gives us the immediate experience that we are having. It influences how we react to our surroundings, all based on what how the brain is interpreting that information.
So years ago in our research, we came across a philosopher scientist named Wittmann. And I think I'm saying the name correctly. Wittmann had a very interesting concept about life. And he says, what we call things are labels. So we say chair, and we say that is a chair. But if you're speaking English, it's only English. It's only a chair in English. In other languages, they would say something else. But for the sake of us all being able to agree that this is a thing that we sit in, we call it a chair. but technically it's not a chair. It's a bundle of energy that has been shaped, that has been fashioned for us to sit in. And we call it a chair. But there's actually more space in what we call this solid chair than there is anything else. Everything is mostly space, 99.9% space. But because the way the particles and the matter has come together, it's a chair. And our perception is it's a chair. But if somebody else didn't know what it was and they came from, let's say, another planet or a different space and mindset, they might not sit there because they didn't know what it was, because they haven't had that agreement that that's a chair. So that's only an agreement. A label is an agreement that a certain group of people all have come together and now claim and proclaim, or proclaim is the word, I'm not sure which one it is, that this is this thing. So that's one. Let's put that over to the left. Then let's go up to the top and, make like a pyramid in your mind. So the bottom left corner is labels. Then we go to the top and we say we have what we call references. References are not actual physical things, they're ideas. These references that were given to all of us in our upbringing, in our everyday life, these references are just ideas that were given to us. And sometimes they're given to you third, fourth, fifth party. Do you know what I'm saying? These references of what things are, how things work, and what is happening in the world, and what is impossible, and what isn't possible, are references. So lately, Terrence Howard has showed us that what we have been perceiving, right? Or what we have been, the references that we've been given about science and math are all faulty. They're faulty from the root, faulty from the beginning. And we now may need to begin to change the references that we have, the reference material about what is and what is not. Even if you say up and you're on the earth, it's a ball. So if it's a ball, how can you say what up is? No matter where you point, it's out there, but it's not up. But there's an agreement on the planet. What is up north, down south? You see, even in the Nile River, and we talk about the Nile, we talk about Egypt, that those directions are all different. You see? So those are references that we've been given about things. And when you change your reference, material, when you rewrite that program, everything could change because your references are perceptions. They're not actual facts all the time. Then there's one other place. So you drop down. Now we got the pyramid. We've got, labels on the left. We've got references at the top. Now come down to the right. And what we have is called a referent. Referent is an actual experience. This word is even hard to look up. You'd have to really look for the word referent because we don't really use it that much anymore.
Nope.
A referent is an actual experience. So many times you'll hear Dr. B talk, and he's not talking from a place of non-experience. He's talking from an actual thing that he has experienced. How many times are you speaking out there? Think of yourselves out there where you're speaking from actual experience, not from what you heard, not from what you were told, not from what you've all agreed something is, but an actual experience. So there was a time when I supposedly had an enemy. And everybody told me this person was my enemy. And this was in high school. That was your enemy. He hates you. He's blah, 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 blah. He's, and I was in music and he was in football and, he was known to, be mean and hurt people after school and all this. And I really never connected with him, but they all said he hated me because I was in music and I got a lot of attention by being, in the quote unquote spotlight. So one day I meet the guy. He walks up to me. Now, this is my enemy. My body's tensed up. I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to go into fight or flight. I can't beat him up because he's beat up everybody from what I hear. That is the rumor. That's the references that I received, right? And the label that I give him is bully because everybody said he was a bully. I meet the guy. We happen to be waiting on the same bus at the same time. And we walk up, and the guy walks up and grabs me. And I figure he's about to fling me to the ground. This is a bear hug. I've seen this in wrestling. And he grabs me and he holds me and says, man, God, man, Dr. B, little B back then. I really respect you, man. Your music, man. I love the way you play conga drums. I'd like to hook up with you. Can you teach me? And I respect everything you do. And he's looking at me and he's smiling and he keeps hugging me and grabbing me and shaking my hand. And I'm like, I'm in 2 dimensions at this particular point because guess what? This guy is supposed to be my enemy because everybody told me. They gave me the references, right? I got labels. I've got agreements and contracts in my head to run from this guy. This guy became one of my best friends. At that moment, I realized that everything that I had about him, right? Everything that I focused on, my reticular activating system was looking for the enemy. And I realized that was just in me. It was in my mind based on rumors.
Yeah.
So I'd like to say when we talk about perception is to do a bit of a catalog, do a little inventory in yourself. How many things do you feel about the world? You could just write 3 down right now. How many things, or pick some things in your life that you feel are true, that you don't know as an actual fact. You have not actually experienced it. It's just a belief. Write those down for yourself because we're going to need these for next week when we do class because we're going to actually get into the tools and how to rewrite these programs. But this is hugely important because even like now, right now with elections and all this about who this candidate is and what do you actually know for a fact? If you now are perceiving and have a perception about things that you don't understand, then you suffer. Who's that song by? Stevie Wonder. A lot of things that we are perceiving is basically superstition because it is not an actual fact. You may have never met the situation that you're talking about or seen it. You just heard about it. Dr. Mahdi, back to you.
Yeah, brother. Wow, you just laid out a lot, man. Let me see how I can frame this. I'll start with this. When you were talking about the bully, this so-called bully, that everyone had kind of painted this picture. What's really deep is this. And let me ask you this, and you can give us some more context of it. They told you this guy hates you. They tell you he beats up everyone he doesn't like. He's this bully, and he really doesn't like you. So your brain takes in that information, creates imagery around this guy, and now you have him identified as your enemy, someone who does not like you. Outside of that perspective of this individual, how was little B in general? Was he a happy boy, loving, just carefree? How was he?
Oh, I didn't know I was getting ready to be on the couch. See, that's one thing about Mahdi. He'll have you on the couch. You didn't even know. I didn't ask to be on any couch. I don't want to cry in front of the audience. Please, hello, Mahdi, give me some.
We got to know, Doc. We got to know.
But it's great to talk personally because I could say that the things they call Dr. B, has been through some interesting situations. And back then, I was, I don't know what happy-go-lucky means. What does that mean? Happy-go-lucky. Happy is only a happening that's brief. And lucky is something that somebody made up and told you what luck is. Happy-go-lucky. That's deep right there. We'll
Yeah, it
put that
is.
to the side. We'll
Yeah,
talk about
yeah,
that
yeah,
later.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's do that.
These sayings we need to do a presentation just on the sayings
Oh man.
and how people believe in the sayings. Like the guy
Yes,
told me the other
sir.
day, he said, "Well, Dr. B, it's good to finally talk to you. I'm calling in from somewhere. I don't know where he was, far away." And he says, "I just want to let you know that I'm between a rock and a hard place." And I saw the imagery, a rock and a hard place. He's between them. Well, if there's got to be an opening, you're in between them. So go up, go. But his thing was he's stuck. His perception was he's stuck. But we have these
Hmm.
sayings that lock us in. So little B was a fun guy. My whole thing was music, joy, having fun. I was a joke cracker. I was always, really, bringing, light and love and beauty to everything. You see, that's how I was before or during this time. That's who I was most of the time.
Hmm. Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So that's the vibration that you're consistently just emitting.
Yes.
That's the frequency you're in. When you would think about this bully, it would change your mindset. And you would have this image of this enemy, which also would change your chemistry, change the chemistry of your body, the physiology of your body. Like you said, you got tensed up, you were in stress mode, but it's not your normal operating system. So even though based on what you were getting from all these people about this young brother, like, he hates you and he's your enemy, and he said he's gonna fight you and beat you up. Your modus operandi, your normal operating system was one of this vibration of joy, and just in your music, in your vibration of sharing and loving and just being you. So when you encounter this perceived enemy based on what people were saying, you still at your core have that vibration. Even though your nervous system is like, oh, I must protect myself because this is the perceived threat based on what I've been told. And so when he embraces you and grabs you and is like in this vibration of just love, like you were drawing people to you that reflected your natural state. And even though this dude may have been beating that stuff may be true. He was beating up all these other children there at the school and bullying them based on the vibration and the energy of little B. That wasn't your reality. And so you are going to be less inclined to draw that kind of energy to you. And so you even, and this is fascinating because I've had experiences, and perhaps all of us have had these experiences where folks will hate somebody like, oh, that person is such and such, and they're so rude and so mean. But when that person's around you, they don't come off that way. They're not engaging with you like that. It's a whole different situation. Now, if we agree with the collective, the group, and we're like, oh yeah, yeah, he's this way, and you start projecting that out there that way, then yeah, that person will become eventually that for you because you bought into that fully and you're working from that space. And so as I was hearing you share that, that experience, it's like, okay, who was Dr. B at that time? And just his normal MO, how he just was living day to day, and the vibration you were just consistently in, because that would help shape things. And tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. As soon as he embraced you, and just start telling you how much he loved what you do and want you to teach him, if you can recall, did you still hold any of that resistance that all the other people had, or was it like just instantly gone and then y'all were like cool? He ended up, like you said, being like your best one of your best friends.
Well, it's really interesting because we would go to the football games, and this guy was hurting people all day. He was, man, you couldn't stop him. He's going, if he gets the ball, that's it. You can't stop him. So I'm looking at that
Hmm.
and I'm putting all that in my brain computer, who he is. But I had actually never met anybody. This is interesting now that you bring it up, who he quote unquote bullied. I had only
Wow.
heard that he'd bullied. And I'd see him come down the hall. I'd see him way down the hall, and he was big, right? He'd be coming down the hall. I'd take a turn. I'd go back and turn around or go or look like I'm looking in my locker or whatever. I would always get out of his way. I didn't want to be near him because the programming was so deep in me that he hated me. When he hugged me, and this is interesting, for the first seconds, I could still feel this. I thought he was crushing me. He's going to pick me up and fling me to the ground. I saw this on television and crack my back. And the ambulance is going to be, I mean, all this is shooting through my head. This is a bear hug. And oh my gosh, this is at the first connection. I'm being hurt. Actually, he was giving love and respect. But it took a second for that experience, for that actual idea to actually, to inspire me in the moment to change my perspective, my perspective. I can't even get it together. My perspective, because I had been projecting into the world the thoughts that I thought. I was projecting, I was predicting, and my perception was bad, and it's going to get worse. And but after I let the hug happen and it began to change, and he says to me how much he respected me, that's when the alchemy came online. That's when the transmutation came on. And I looked at him, he looked at me, looked in my eyes, and he had this total love, and he was just like a big teddy bear.
Wow.
He wants me to teach him drums, and he wants to hang out. In fact, I used to keep him around after a while. He was like security, you know what I'm saying? We had to walking. Nobody would mess with me because they scared of this guy. But this guy is a very loving guy. The question is have you had those experiences where something you thought was terrible and bad?
Yes.
And you met the situation and it was totally different. And did you change? See, some people still hold on to it.
Exactly.
I think he's just waiting to get me alone at the right time, and he's going to snap my spine in 3 places.
Yeah.
See, some folks are not able to do that. And I'm going to show you how this worked out for me. Later on in life, I'm in Los Angeles. I, at this point, had become one of the top record producers for Southern California hip hop. In fact, I created a whole genre. I helped to create it. I didn't create it. I helped to create it.
Yeah.
And there was a new guy on the block. I'm not going to say his name. His initials are SK. And he was the new big hip hop king. I'd kind of retired just a little bit and backed off, He was the new guy. And the way he ruled, sometimes some people perceived it was through fear, through interrogation, and all that kind of stuff. He was supposed to be the mean guy. So he wants to meet me. So everybody was telling me, check this out. Everybody was saying, oh man, you get ready to go meet him. Oh man, he beats people up. He hangs people out of windows naked. And, it was all these stories about the terribleness of the ogre of this Southern California hip hop. This dude is terrible. So everybody's telling me what's going to happen when I go to meet him. So I just sat there and I was very calm. But I had trained myself to breathe and to relieve and let go of anything in my mind and not believe the ideas of other people because they're projecting onto me their perceptions. I meet the guy. I walk in his office. He's sitting there. He's reading a piece of paper. And he looks up and he says, oh my gosh, Dr. B. He gets up.
Exactly.
He's a huge dude. He gets up.
Yeah.
And he gets on one knee and he bows his head. He says, man, if it wasn't for you, none of us would be here. We wouldn't be doing this. Thank you. You're amazing. But he starts talking, but I didn't walk in with any fear. I didn't walk in with any, because I was able to learn to clean my slate based on what happened to me in high school. I had a new perception of what the enemy is. So a lot of people come to, they come to the table now every day about the enemy and about the bad person. And that victim archetype is what keeps them from pulling themselves out of the swamp to get into fresh water in life.
Yes, sir.
Because those are old ideas that are what? Labels, references, but a lot of times they are not a referent. When we become referential, what we, and like I said, this comes from the writer Wittmann. He's got a lot of deep books, and he's pondering how we live life based on what we were programmed to think. And some of this programming was done to keep people in the farm. Or I shouldn't say to keep people in the farm. Let me say it this way. This is an obstacle course. Planet Earth. We come here. This is an obstacle course.
Mm-hmm.
And some of us came here and projected ourselves here to test ourselves. Some of us are born masters, and we have mastery in ourselves. And a master always tests themselves. They always climb the higher mountain. They swim deeper in the ocean. They do things that seemingly are impossible. They go up against what is supposed to be the enemy or the problem. You see, they know this. Once you know that if you're here, if you're on this webcast right now, you must have this in you. For if you popped up here some kind of way, you're looking towards or creating or building on self-mastery. And self-mastery is to be able to let yourself go, relieve yourself. And one of the things that we find in toxicity in the body is blocked channels of elimination. And I'm gonna give it to you in just a second, Mike.
Yes. No, take
I
time,
think this
brother.
ties right into
Yeah.
where you're at and what you've talked about for many years. If you have blocked channels of elimination, because you eliminate toxins through your skin,
Yes,
through your breath,
yes,
through using the bathroom, one, two, sometimes even three. That's what. But if you have blocked channels of elimination physically, you become ill. If you have blocked channels of elimination, you are not eliminating the thing that could be toxic or cause you, harm or even death. So emotionally, we have to clear the channels that may be blocked of elimination. Otherwise, those toxins become a poison. And then you give them to your children, you give them to your friend, and you even look for relationships with people who all have this same toxic material.
Yes.
And we sat up and talked for hours about trauma. And now we got trauma bonds. That's my best friend because we went on a trip. We stayed at the Drama Hotel. We went to a club last night called Trauma Time. And, we're both traumatized. We have a whole group of us. We got a club now. We meet on Facebook called the Trauma Club.
Mm-hmm.
How many of you are doing that? Are you willing to break free from that and open your channels of elimination starting now? Back to you, Dr. Mahdi.
Yes. No, it's deep with the pathways of elimination and when they are blocked. And another way we can look at it, if the plumbing and the septic system of the house gets backed up, it's not going to be too nice around that property and smell and functionality. I'll say it like that. And it's the same thing with our bodies when the septic system, that is the lymphatic system, gets backed up due to the fact that you're not pooping enough. The kidneys are not clearing toxins through your pee efficiently. You're not breathing properly. You're not sweating enough. And so now toxins are beginning to back up in the system. This also impacts our consciousness, that reticular activating system, and how it's filtering things and things that we are perceiving as actually good for ourselves or actually not good for us, but just based on a toxicity, we're just looking through a dirty lens. So we can't see clearly that these relationships may not be the most beneficial or most highest serving for us and offer us the opportunity to have the highest expression. We will continue to choose foods that don't bring about the highest opportunity for expression. And we will subject ourselves to environments that are not the most serving or give us the opportunity for the highest expression. And all this is due to that. And it's all filtering and corrupting our perceived state of reality internally and externally. So understanding that what we do in anchoring ourselves and cleansing ourselves and rooting ourselves in a particular state of consciousness is key. And how you stepped into that meeting, Doc, you said you didn't come in with any preconceived notions or what folk were saying, because you didn't have any reference for that. That wasn't your experience. And so you left the table open. You were in a state of allowance. And when we're in that state, when we come from a state of allowance and allow the unfoldment to take place of the moment, and we're not projecting and predicting, anticipating and expecting an outcome based on trauma or the references or stories of others, it begins to change the overall experience for us. And now our referent, or if you will, our point of view will be different. And we will, and our reticular activating system will go back to our point of view and our referent as the evidence, as the source material to begin to make new anticipations, new predictions that are anchored in that. But if we come into the situation with a fixed concept or idea of how it's going to go, this is not going to work out because of such and such, or because of this person saying this or that person saying that, it shapes the energy, because we have this moment now. And in this moment, we have the power that we're creating with, we have the energy, we have the life force, and we're literally giving life to the next moment, literally giving life to the next experience. We give the source, we are the source energy of the moment, of the experience as it's unfolding through our linear understanding of life as the brain is perceiving it in linear time. And this time thing is a very fascinating thing that we will touch on in a little bit. But based on this linear projection of our life experience over time, in the present moment, where all the power, all the magic, everything actually can only happen, we only can experience now. This is where our perception rules based on what we've allowed as a referent or reference. So good stuff there, Doc. I love you broke that down, this referent versus reference, because that's key. That's key.
I'd like to have entertained one more story.
Yeah, please.
Dr. Mahdi, back at Elevation, he would always be taking these journeys. And he said he was going on a trip. He didn't really tell us where he was going, because sometimes you tell people where you're going, they begin to project energy on what you're about to do. And this is important, y'all. Mm. When I say mind your business and business your mind, sometimes you need to close up shop and not tell anybody about your next move, because people will project onto it energetically, right, about what they feel about it. So sometimes they project fear. Oh, I just want you to be safe because it's dangerous out there. Like my grandmother said that, I had to be really careful when I went to California because there was bears out there. Well, she got part of that from the symbol, or the logo of the flag of California had a bear on it. I never saw any bears in California. I mean, they might have been there, but they didn't, but we project what we feel. And a lot of times it comes from the place of fear based on programming. So Mahdi says he's going to be gone for a little while, and he leaves. He comes back and he's got a trunk load full of these big black rocks. I'm like, what's happening? He says, man, I got these. I went on this journey. And he starts telling us about this journey he went on. And I think it was Mount Shasta that you went to.
Well, Mount Shasta was Medicine Lake. Mount Shasta was like 80 miles. I could see it from where I was. I could see Mount Shasta from where I was at Medicine Lake.
It was Medicine Lake.
Yes, sir.
So you were telling us about your journey, the cliffs, and tell us a little bit about this.
So Medicine Lake is a lake on top of what used to be a volcano. And in our indigenous American tradition, the story is, after the creator created the universe, he bathed in that lake. And so it's attributed to have healing powers, and it can restore you, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. So I had a reading done by this lady, Miss Tassili.
Yes.
And she's like, you need to go to where your people are. And I was like, my people? She said, yeah, you're indigenous American. She said, your people. And she says, a lake that's on top of a volcano, you got to find it. And I said, okay. So this lake existed, and it was at the border of California and Oregon, about 80 miles east of Mount Shasta. And so I went there. And because understanding just geography, when cold hits lava, cold water hits lava, it turns to glass, a black glass. It turns to obsidian. So there was an entire mountain of this obsidian there.
Wow.
And so, and like there are pieces there larger than my car, like just as large as a house. So like just this whole full mountain of just obsidian, pure obsidian. So it's a powerful, energetic space there. Of course, like I said, Mount Shasta, which is one of these sacred spaces on the planet, 80 miles away. So this whole area is like very just energetically powerful. So I went there and had some experiences up there, based on that reading I had with Mr. Seeley, and made my journey back to LA. And it was about a good 15-hour, 16-hour drive to get there. So I came back, and I think this is where you want to talk about how my cousin responded to me telling her where I was.
Now you had already you'd gone to Medicine Lake and received the medicine.
Yes, sir.
You'd gone to a beautiful place, but there were some dangers and some points that could have been perceived as dangerous on that journey. And I think it had something to do with you going up in the mountain and the cliffs and how sharp they were, the turns.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you were explaining this when you got back. You're already back. You're safe.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens?
So I get back home, and my cousin left a message. She had just given birth to my new baby cousin. I'm like, oh, excited. Like, oh, this is great. So I go to the hospital. She's in bed. And I'm meeting my baby cousin for the first time, and I'm all excited. My aunt is there, and we're talking. And she's like, Mom, Mom's trying to call you, and she's been calling you, because I went into labor yesterday, the day before, and and it was a long labor process, and we're trying to call you, let you know what was happening, and no one could reach you. All we're getting is your voicemail. I said, oh, well, yeah, I just got back late yesterday afternoon I went camping up at Medicine Lake. And she's like, you went camping? And where was this? I said, man, I said about 16 hours from here north. I said, right there at the border of Oregon and California. I said, Mount Shasta. And she became upset lying in the hospital bed. You could have died. And I should call your mother now and tell Aunt Clara what was happening. Like, you should have told us you were doing this, because that was dangerous. And there's like bobcats and cougars and stuff, especially up there in Northern California. People get killed by mountain lions all the time. And, and those mountains up there, you could have died. You could have fell off a cliff or something. And she just went through this whole cascade of what could have happened. And creating all this stress and just angst in herself as she's lying there in bed after just giving birth to my cousin. And I was like, none of that stuff happened. I'm good. And she's like, no, don't you ever do anything like that again. You tell me if you're going to be leaving, because we're the only family we have here in California. Out of all these people here, it's just us. And we got to make sure we're in communication with each other. And so like, it was this big old ordeal. And I was kind of just looking at her like, yeah, okay, but I'm here. Like, nothing happened. None of that stuff you're talking about even happened. And so that was a very interesting time.
And what struck me when you told us the story, you came to Elevation and told us, was that number one, you were safe. Everything was great. You looked like a whole, man, those stones you brought.
Oh man. Yeah.
Those, because we put them outside in the back of Elevation in our lecture area. So there were stones in the corners, and, obsidian, those dark stones actually have a lot. They deal a lot with the root of our issues and our foundation and first chakra type thing. That's those really dark stones. So it was very grounding. And you're telling us the story as you're telling us, and you say that she just had a baby.
Yes.
You're holding the baby.
Yes.
She's telling this perspective, projecting onto you the things that could have happened that did not happen.
Yes.
And that energy is going into not only you, but you're able, because you was in medicine land, so you were okay.
Yeah.
Because you were kind of laughing, telling us about it, right? But the
baby's taking
this
that
is where this
energy in.
gets.
Yeah.
The baby is hearing this terrible story for the first time, and this becomes a part of its root. How many stories have been told when all of us, have been very young, or even in the womb, in utero? How many stories, right? And fears and issues that hadn't been worked out were in the egg, that were in the sperm when they came together. So some of us almost say, that's terrible, I can't fix that. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can. Yes.
You can reprogram everything, because they're only potentials. They're only energy. It's only waves. They're like songs. Can you change the song? Sometimes you got to get a whole new DJ because he's playing the wrong music set. You see what I'm saying? So it's about realizing that people around you are sometimes programmed to believe that everything is bad and it's going to get worse. And that program must be something that you break. It must be. There's a movie project that I created many years ago that's going to come out at some point soon, and it's about the break force beings that travel through the universe. They're part of this intergalactic committee that helps to break the disagreeable forces that are coming towards a planet or a people. I'm a part of this group that helps to dispel these forces. It's called breaking a force. Emotion, right, is energy traveling in motion. Energy in motion tends to stay in motion until acted upon by an equal or opposite force. What we're going to be talking about and what we're going to be teaching on next week is how to take these emotions that are on automatic and just turn them off. There's practices that we can do, things that you do every day, exercises that when you do them, it begins to turn them off, turn them down, dispel them, vaporize them, because a lot of times they're not based on fact. You were already okay when you came back from the mountain.
Yeah.
She began to project how bad it could have been. And how she's going to tell your mother, she's going to tell the family that you did something that was challenging, that could have been bad, but you're okay. How often do you do this, y'all? Ask yourselves this. Let's not talk about the woman and what she went through. Look at yourself. Do you do this? Do you perceive before something happens how bad or how good it could be? Or are you able to accept what's happening when it's happening and respond? 90% of every journey is course correction. 90% of every journey is course correction. So we are here to help change the course so that you can change. Because if you change your energy, if you change your direction on a map 1 degree, and that 1 degree keeps expanding, it becomes 100 degrees. It changes the journey 100%. So just one thing. So just look at things that you've said, things that you're thinking, things that you're feeling that may not be based in facts. They may be predictions and perceptions. And once you become, and this is the big thing, anything subconscious that becomes conscious, now you're able to begin to work on it. If it's subconscious and you don't know it's there, then it's more challenging to work on that.
Yep. Doc, you can pull back up the slide because we can jump right into this about this prediction thing, man. Because that's key. And so, just off of what Doc was saying about prediction, our brains, it was one of the functional principles that govern the brain. We automatically do this. We cannot control it. We're constantly anticipating and expecting, due to the fact that our nervous system is always seeking safety. And so it's always asking, is it safe to connect in this environment with this person? Whatever the circumstances are, is asking this question. So the brain's going to predict and anticipate. And based on the perception, that will determine how we anticipate our future outcomes, the expectancy we have, and there's always an educated guess The brain is making a prediction, is the brain's making an educated guess about what the next moment is going to be. And based on our perceptions, we predict future events, and we will draw on common experiences and knowledge. And it's this ability of our capacity to predict that helps us prepare for potential scenarios and outcomes. So we are navigating it. And so when we start to become anxious and afraid, because the brain is predicting the outcome that it does not have an answer to or solution to, it doesn't have any referent for. You haven't had the experience. I haven't had the experience. None of us have had the experience. And so it's an unknown to the brain. And so it's projecting into the future with this prediction. And it's like, oh, we don't have anything. And because of that, it creates anxiety. It creates the stress response in the body. And this is what we're consistently doing. And so understanding this piece here is very important for us, that we're constantly predicting. We are in every moment, even as you all were preparing for this, as I was preparing for this, as doctors preparing for this, our brains were predicting how the webcast will go. How many folks gonna show up? And you are predicting, okay, what are they gonna talk about? And the brain instantly starts creating meaning and story, and is what is doing all the time. So understanding that this is a natural, automatic function of the brain, of our perceived reality, and how through our perception, we determine our predictions, and knowing the power that what we create as our perception will determine what we anticipate and predict, and that's going to determine our behavior, the choices we make, the actions we take, and how we respond and engage with the new moment that unfolds.
So this has got a lot to do with life expectancy. I whenever you're listening to public like TV, radio, they say a lot about the life expectancy of men, the life expectancy of a woman, the life expectancy of things. Where are they getting this life expectancy? I guess it's based on the past, based on the research, or based on the program that they would like to send out.
It can be all
They
the
are
above.
creating a life expectancy. And if you begin to agree, then you begin to expect what they said about life. When actually life expectancy is individual. Yeah. What do you expect? If you expect something to be good or great, even if it happens and it seems to be disagreeable, there's something good on the other side of it, because everything is connected to its opposite.
Yes.
Everything is connected to its opposite. It's interesting how a lot of times when you're moving from level to new levels in your life, so there's a new opportunity that just popped up, and it's the day of the opportunity, and everything before you get to the opportunity seems to be going wrong. Oh my God, the car won't start, and this happens, and Billy Carson talks about his car wouldn't start to get to this job. You see what I'm saying? And how he didn't go because the car wouldn't start. He didn't see this as something that maybe you should get on a bus, walk, hitchhike. You got to get there, because a lot of times the universe will test you to see if you have the fortitude to actually go through, right, the trial and tribulation to get there. So if your prediction is that something always goes wrong, it does, because that's what you expect. Yes. And a lot of us have this thing called the worst case scenario, and we mention it. Well, worst case scenario. Why would you mention the worst case scenario at all? Why would you send it out into the ionosphere, into the universe? Why would you let that be your projection? What are you predicting? Why not talk about the best case scenario? So there are, habits that we have that we could easily break once we have awareness about it and realize that we are creating our life, our life expectancy. So with prediction, let's predict that the best is going to happen. Let's predict the goodness that could come out of this instead of automatically going to what could go wrong.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can go to the next slide, Doc. So that leads us to perspective. Our perspective is literally our overarching viewpoint of life, our attitude we hold. And it culminates all of our experiences, our beliefs, our culture, our individual differences. Uh, it frames how we interpret perceptions and predictions, uh, providing context and meaning to our experiences. It helps shape the story based on our perspective. Um, and that's heavily influenced a lot by our backgrounds and our cultures. And as we were discussing, my experience up there at Medicine Lake, I didn't put it together, but literally, as I was holding my cousin, my baby cousin, he was no more than like 6 hours old, receiving that energy, that perspective of life that is not safe. It's dangerous out there. you know, Unbeknownst, from my cousin and her perspective, her point of view of the world. And so that was being conditioned for him at 6 hours of age, 6 hours on the planet. And he was receiving, that perspective was being conditioned into his nervous system.
So how many years
It's,
ago was that?
uh, that was 20 years. That was 2004.
Do you have connection with him now?
No, I was just thinking about that because I was actually meaning I need to reach out to my cousin and just follow up with them and connect with them. Because we've been communicating, via text and stuff. We had like a family gathering back in the States that I wasn't there for, and she was there, and so we spoke briefly on the phone and stuff. But yeah, it'd be good to connect with him and kind of see how he is and see what's happening in his world.
Now, when you were about to move to Europe, did you receive any pullback from people who had predictions and perspectives about that?
Oh yeah. My father told me I need to be very careful moving to Belgium. It's dangerous there. They're blowing up people over there, and there's all kind of terrorist attacks, and it's a very dangerous place that I'm moving to, and I need to be careful. He said, he's former military. He understands NATO headquartered there. So there's a lot of targets on NATO and Brussels. And they had the bombing at the airport there in Brussels. And so you need to be careful. You need to watch your back and make sure you're in public places, look around and observe your surroundings because it's dangerous. And it was interesting because when I arrived there and I shared that, they laughed. They said, "Aren't you all the ones with the guns and the murders and the shootings in the schools and this kind of stuff going on?" I was like, yeah, that stuff happens in the US. I said, we think y'all are a little more dangerous than we are here. And it was deep because when I first arrived there, I was objecting to my fiance at the time for her to go walk out at night. I said, you can't do that unless I'm out there with you. I said, be honest, we don't need to be going out at night because it's dangerous. And she was like, what are you talking about? And so we went out because I had my references and my reference as well from the US and the culture. So that was my perspective. We go out at night, folks are out walking dogs, young girls out by themselves, walking, everyone's out having a good time, riding bikes, walking, just enjoying at little cafes. It's, 11 o'clock at night and no one's looking over their shoulder, no one. And it took me almost a year going through withdrawal from the perspective that I had, this fight or flight, watch your back, look over your shoulder, watch out for danger, to kind of decompress from that, because the perspective I had was fostered in the culture from which I had just come.
How many of you out there can relate to this? These experiences that we're sharing. How many of you out there can say, yes, I have experienced that? And how many of you have this in your cells, in your body, written in your body
Mm.
and in your mind? And how many of you are going against your own gut feeling about something? So you may be excited and have this new idea, this new creative thing, and you tell people and you begin to expire or express what it is you plan to do or what you'd like to do or who you'd like to be versus who you've been. And people begin to put their own spin. They begin to put a spell on it. Spell is only about language. I just did a whole thing with, Roderick Martin. It's on YouTube now about the spell. And spell is just words. It's just language. It's not really a thing that somebody did to you. It's a thing that we allow based on our perception and our predictions and the way we move through life. How many of you out there are thinking about this and it moves you to say, yes, I'm ready. Are you ready to change this? Because
Yeah.
we actually have solutions that we have done and that are provable, that actually changes everything. Are you ready to change everything? Are you willing to move past this? Are you willing to change your perspective of your life expectancy and
Mm.
expect the best out of life? The question is, if you're ready, then make sure you're in our class, which is next Saturday. It's not online yet. If you'd like to take the class, then go to elevationtime.com. That's elevationtime.com. Let me put it on the screen and go to our email list and sign up. And sign up and put it in, actually not sign up, it's actually go to our email list and get on the email list, or it'll also say newsletter, and we'll send you a message this week of how to join the class. This is going to be an extension of the 3 classes that we already did. We're revisiting the secret of the RAS and the law of attraction. So that's going to be the class, the soulful science of change and metamorphosis. Now there's 1, 2, and 3 already online. You can go and you can take those now. This is an extension. This is like taking it to the next level,
Yes.
so that we can revisit the secret of the RAS, the reticular activating system, the law of attraction, and how to take full control of that to rewrite these stories, change the script. Are you ready and willing to invest in yourself? And some people say, well, I already know how to do it. Well, I've taken a lot of classes and courses and found that there was something in that class, that course, or even a book that I needed to revisit, that I needed to look at a little bit differently to change our current situation, because we're changing really quickly. And for those of you who are not aware, between this year, 2025 or 2024, and 2027, the whole planet, our entire existence will change.
Mm.
Everything was changed. It has nothing to do with who's running for government and all that. It has to do with the angle that we are in space, where we are universally, cosmically right now. The great shift happens between now and 2027. Everything that we knew is changing. You see, there's new sciences coming about. There's new ideas because everything has faulty fundamentals that you have to look at the last maybe 6,000 years, at least 2,000 years. It's been the time of deception. People who, there was people that came by supposedly to help us, created armies and all kinds of things, ways of schooling and teaching that boxes us in. Even your schooling, what you learned in school, for most folks, was something that boxed you into a belief system that was not based on actual facts. You see? So we're now saying we're breaking that open. It's breaking open. All kinds of things are coming out now. All things that are coming to the surface now that had never been known, never been discovered. They just discovered 3 new organs in the human body in the last years. Now the scientists are saying, yes, there are at least 11 dimensions. So if there's 11 dimensions, there's 11 versions of you. There's 11 versions of Earth. This is some old science fiction stuff that actually now it's coming to be. So there's another version of you waiting for you to jump on board. Are you ready and willing to allow your new self, your pristine self, to come online? If so, make sure you go to elevationtime.com, get on the email list, and be at our class that's happening next Saturday at 10 a.m. We're not only going to talk about the issues, we're going to talk about the solutions to these issues that we're talking about today.
Fantastic. Well, let's jump into these issues, Doc. Let's get into some of this dysfunction in these 3 areas. So, with perception, prediction, and perspective, this reticular activating system plays a very unique role based on the conditioning. So we're going to start with perception. When there's an imbalance in the conditioning, we have a distorted filtering system. And this distortion can come from trauma, stress, negative conditioning from our parents, our culture, where now we prioritize negative stimuli. For example, I talk about, if someone is dealing with anxiety, if this individual, let's say, grew up in a household of domestic violence, from infancy, it was experiencing domestic violence, father and mother physically hitting one another, emotionally abusing each other, mentally abusing each other. And this nervous system of this child is going through these adverse childhood experiences. Its nervous system is now conditioned. Its reticular activating system is now conditioned to look for threats. And so it will begin to distort its filtering and perceive threats that are not even there. A person may look at them in a way that is completely just benign, completely with no ill intent. But because of their filtering system, they see it as a threat. They see it as aggression. They may hear something being spoken to them. And based on their perception, based on the RES being conditioned through the trauma, through the negative conditioning, through the culture, through all the stuff that is taken on to create the perception, the perceived reality, it filters it in a distorted way where they now are taking on this experience as a personal assault, a personal threat, a personal attack to them. Myself, at times, I've misinterpreted things from people and what they would communicate, what they would say. And I know perhaps we all have had this where we're getting information from someone, they're saying something to us, or even how they're looking. We interpret it as a threat based on this faulty filtering system, based on some past trauma, some past negative conditioning. So this is when we're looking at the root of that dysfunction will be in that trauma, be in that conditioning, and it's anchored in the body, it's anchored in the nervous system, it's anchored in the cells. So you're literally looking through a dirty glass. The brain is looking through a dirty glass and pointing out the dirt. That's the reticular activating system's job in this, focusing on the dirt. So when we have this dysfunction, we have to look at that root And that root is going to be held in this trauma, this stress, this negative conditioning.
So you're saying that anxiety is a person living mentally in the future about something that has not happened.
Correct.
And if these ideas are in a disagreeable thought form, they today are experiencing anxiety about something that hasn't even happened.
Correct. And what's really deep with that is the body cannot tell the difference. So they're literally creating chemistry in the body as if that thing, that imagined or perceived reality or perceived experience, is literally being perceived as happening right now. And so this is where they get into just the stress, the tension in the body, and the dysregulation of the nervous system, and then the dysregulation of all the systems, because they're literally living in a state and perceiving a reality that does not exist, completely misinterpreting the present moment. They don't even see the present moment in the truth of what it is. They're literally looking through a dirty glass. The brain is looking through a dirty glass and saying, this is the dirt that does not even exist in the present moment, and living from that space.
So many times we watch the news because the news is supposed to be, I guess we feel, is a window to what's happening out there. And they speak in certain voices, which are the voice of authority, and it's a non-regional voice, so you feel like, wow, this must be the truth, the way they're talking. And some people even say what they're hearing on the news as science. The science says, the science tells us, when actually they just, they have graphs they put on the wall, on the screen, and these graphs actually tell you how many people in the society. Like once I was traveling somewhere, and they said 5 out of 10 Black men will receive prostate cancer.
Which is deep.
I mean, it was crazy. I said, did he just say 5 out of 10? Half of the Black men are going to. It's like casting a spell. Then when you begin to study prostate cancer, you realize in almost any of these cancers, part of it has to do with the fear of it.
Mm-hmm.
You're creating a paradigm. You're creating a whole world in an environment based on fear. And even with your doctors, many times they're going to project more of that so that you will go with the technique that they learned to use to basically keep you from getting it or cure it or whatever. When we have to keep in mind, and I'd like to say this because there's a lot of folks out there right now who are going through, serious health challenges. Even my own family right now, my sister, my 2 brothers are all going through some serious health challenges. And, you could take all the herbs in the world. Okay. And if your mindset is not focused on you being able to move through this, because you're going to catch things. I don't care if it's in the wind, if it's in the air, there's things, challenges that we're going to all have to deal with. It's just kind of the way it happens here on the planet. So right now, what I'd like to do is send out a wave of love and healing for everybody that you may know or that you may not know. And especially to my sister right now, who is going through some serious challenges. Let's all send out a wave of goodness, a wave of healing, and expect in your own mind, send a wave of expecting them to heal or to come through their challenges. There's challenges happening all over the world. There's people who have nowhere to live, nowhere to stay. there's a whole lot of things that are challenging and testing people on the planet right now, because we're going through a great shift. And whenever there's a great shift, there's going to be great challenges. And as Dick Gregory basically laid out for me, we were sitting on the curb one night and he says, well, Dr. B, disease is designed as a teacher.
Yes.
He says, you're going to learn how to live and how not to live. And he also says, your parents show you how to live and how not to live as examples.
Mm-hmm.
So the greatest people on the planet sometimes go through great challenges.
Yes.
And sometimes all they need is a little energy from us as a group. Can we all come together right now as a group? We're not going to pray, because a lot of times praying is begging. Let's send out a wave right now. Let's take our reticular activating systems and focus it on those around the world, whether you know them personally or not. And if you've got somebody personally who's going through some challenges, send out a wave, a healing wave. In your perception, perceive and see and feel them going through what they're going through and coming out on the other side better than before. So let's take a second right now and just imagine that you're a lighthouse. Let go of your perceptions about illness, disease, or the world itself. Be a lighthouse and shine your light on the world. Don't wait for the boats to be on the horizon. Shine your love light. So we're going to take just a few seconds. And the best way to get there is through breath. So let's breathe in through our nose and out through our mouth like we're whistling. And send energy. Just imagine the energy wave touching people, whether you know them or not. Touching people, helping people move through their challenges, their pain. And let's perceive them on the other end receiving that. Let's begin now. Everyone breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth like you're whistling. And I'm going to use a 532 hertz tone. And I'm going to blow this tone. And this tone brings on the heart vibration, the fourth chakra, and helps us energize the heart chakra, the love center, and send that out as a lighthouse all over the world. Let's begin now. Inhale through your nose and out through your mouth like you're whistling. Let's begin. Just imagine. Imagine the part of our DNA that heals comes online throughout the world. The part of our mind that is self-healing. The part of our concepts about the world are changing as we send out a healing or rejuvenating or energizing vibe to those who we know who are going through challenge. By doing this, we are changing our perceptions. We're predicting the best outcome, and we're projecting our light. And those of you who are going through challenges right now, take in the light, allow the light. Look at what's good in you, not what's wrong with you. Focus on what is good with you. And as you breathe, breathe life into everything, starting with yourself. This is the first step of beginning to change our perceptions, predictions, and projections. And so it is.
So it is. Oh, powerful, powerful, powerful. So let's go on to how this shows up in prediction and the root of the dysfunction. When it arises with prediction, it's a faltering of a faulty pattern system. Our brains, in order to find a pattern, it looks for the number 3. Within 3 occurrences of something, the brain begins to identify patterns. And so when the reticular activating system has been primed to a negative perspective, negative conditioning, negative filtering, it will look for and reinforce negative patterns that match what it is expecting to happen. So when one is experiencing, for instance, you've had some failures in your life, your reticular activating system has fixed on to this idea of things not working out. The brain, from this faulty pattern of things not working out, will begin to predict that, oh, these future things that I'm wanting to do, this internal desire I have to go do this or do that, that's not going to work out either. So why bother? This is an example of this principle, this functioning principle that governs the brain, operating from a root of dysfunction, where it is leveraging and utilizing the reticular activating system from a faulty information, from a faulty premise, faulty patterns, and determining, because of these faulty patterns, that the future outcome will be more of the same. And this shapes the behavior, shapes the action, shapes the decisions that we then make. And so all on the premise of a reticular activating system going off a belief system that things don't work out because the brain has identified with a pattern of what it perceives as failure.
Can you say that one more time? Say that one more time.
The brain is now predicting from a faulty pattern based on the belief that it is now perceiving that has happened in the past as failures. So I have a failure that's taken place in whatever category of my life. It's happened multiple times, 3 times at different times in my life. Therefore, I must only expect and predict more of the same. And that's the faulty pattern identifier that the reticular activating system is now working off of, this faulty premise, this faulty belief system of this pattern of failure, this pattern of unsuccess. And it can show up in how you decide, how I decide, how Doc decides, how all of us decide in our relationships, our health, everything. And what's really deep, Doc, since we were just discussing health and folks dealing with illness, the big one that we see this really working through is within medicine, you got a family history of this. The reticular activating system believes there's a family history of this condition. Therefore, it's looking for evidence to support it, and it will even cause the physiology to be created if necessary to substantiate the claim, to substantiate the belief that this is a family history of this, so it has to be this way for you because there's a pattern, a faulty pattern that the reticular activating system is now locked into as a belief. And so we will even begin to create physiology and chemistry and literally express that in human form, in physical form, to substantiate and support that pattern of evidence. Is in our relationships, every aspect of our human experience, this is when it's rooted in dysfunction, imbalance. We will see this take place.
Okay. We experience this a lot in relationships where we make a choice today in a relationship because of things that have happened in old relationships. People break up, they mess up, they break out, they run based on what they believe because the reticular activating system is looking for evidence. Is this right? It's looking for evidence to prove whatever thought pattern, whether it's agreeable or not. It's looking for more evidence. So, for instance, a lot of times a person breaks up with somebody and they love that person. And they start looking, or people start showing up that kind of look like them or kind of sound like them. Because sometimes you're looking to fix what you felt was broken in that last relationship. So you're looking for the same model. You see, well, he had locks, so I want somebody with locks. And this one had blonde hair and was tall and skinny. So I'm looking for that. And we're looking to try to correct something that we think was broken or something that was not whole in a relationship. A lot of times we have this thing about love and what love is. And what love is not. And for some folks, love is, is based in disagreeable things.
Oh, yes.
If your parents treated you a certain way and the family was fighters and arguers, is that a word? Right? That was the environment you grew up with, but that sometimes could spell out love to you. That's love. Well, my family, this is how we acted. So you're looking for that. I actually had a relationship where a woman was upset because I wouldn't hit her, because I wouldn't beat her. And she was mad. If you love me, you'd snatch me up sometime and throw me up against the wall. I was like, really? She says, yeah, because you don't love me. People have this idea, well, you don't love me because you used to call me in the morning and you don't anymore. You used to send me heart emojis and all this stuff and you don't anymore. We used to talk every day and we don't anymore. So people will automatically feel that you don't love me, when in fact, that may not be the case at all. It's just that our perception, based on the habit, based on the rhythm, based on the, because, the subconscious is based on repetition. You used to blah, 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 and now you don't. So you don't like me. You don't talk to me the same. When in fact, a lot of times the relationship is evolving to another level. And sometimes we'll break it up, break it off, and dive out because we feel it's going to crash, because most relationships crash. You see, instead of, predicting that it's going to crash, you go ahead and crash it.
Yes.
You'll crash it because that part of you, that saboteur, Sabby, call your saboteur Sabby. How's that? Sabby says, you see, it's going to be a problem. You know what's going to be a problem? And you don't want to get hurt, so go ahead and hurt yourself. You don't want anybody outside of you, because this is now is a control drama. It's better for you to hurt yourself, stop yourself, and lose for yourself than let somebody else take your power. So you'll crash the thing prematurely. You had no idea what was about to happen. It could be the greatest love you have ever known. You could be learning more, gaining more. Your business could be expanding, but you'll break it off because they're not doing the same thing the way you thought they were doing it, and you haven't spoken out in such a way to let them know or to have the conversation, because sometimes we don't even know how to speak because we perceive it's going to be bad. We perceive failure. We perceive that the devil or something evil, and he's got to be cheating. He ain't spending that time with me. He ain't spending that time. Got to be cheating.
Yep.
I saw a picture. I saw
Yep.
a picture on the internet, and they were standing with somebody else, and I could tell the way they were standing that there was love energy between them. How many times have we done this, y'all?
Mm. Mm.
How many times, and I was talking to, Michael Beckwith just the other day, and he was talking about, about waking up based on, cleaning the slate. How many people are waking up in the morning and say, let yesterday be yesterday? We drag that, that old stuff with us. So we become like a cargo ship. And there's all kind of shit on the ship that may not be yours, that you're picking up and pulling. So we predict sometimes that it's going to be a certain way. What we're saying is if we begin to convert this prediction into something we desire and come from a new space and not bring the old mess with us, and realize that a lot of times we're sabotaging our own selves.
Yes.
People who have been oppressed, I speak about this a lot. People who have been oppressed, and some of our childhoods were oppressive, depressive, and repressive. We sometimes begin to self-oppress because that's what we know. That's what we came up with. That's what we came up in. So sometimes we oppress other people too. The ego comes online and says, let me oppress other people, and I'll feel like I'm a winner because the oppressor seemed like the winner. Sometimes you come to save the person that's being oppressed and they'll fight you. How many times has that happened? So we self-oppress many times when something looks like it might not be the way you like it. You're not willing to go through it and go through the trial and the tribulation to see what's on the other side. You'll crash it. And you'll say things and be mean, or all of a sudden now you're talking different and acting different to show out, to cause this thing to explode. So what we're saying is these faulty patterns can be changed.
Yes.
And we must be aware and begin to allow the new self.
Yes. Yes. Fantastic. Let's jump over to perspectives and the dysfunction. Let's go back one more. Go back one. Here we go. So with perspective, we will see a rigidity in the point of view, the perspective. And a lot of times in that lack of flexibility, there's a negative connotation to it, where we shape our view of the world from past experiences. If we've had a hard childhood, now the world is hard, because the key question we're asking ourselves always is, who am I and what is my place in the world? And the answers to those questions shape the perspective. And so if a person has within them, like if we are operating from a place of the world is not safe, the world is hostile, we're going to have a perspective that everyone's out to get us, they're out to attack us. And that'll be the point of view that we're operating from. Our decisions will be made from that point of view. Our look at life will be made from that perspective, that version of reality. And so understanding that with perspective, when it's in dysfunction, we will reinforce through our reticular activating system the belief systems, the story that has been told that we identify with, and our place in the world and how we see the world based on that identity and based on that story. And we will operate from that place. And so if we are operating from a place, for example, that the world is hostile, is unfair, or people like me can't get ahead, That's my perspective. That's my point of view. The reticular activating system is looking for evidence to substantiate that perspective. I will view situations as I encounter them through that lens. And I will begin to participate in life through that lens. And literally, my circumstances, how I am in life, and what's happening in my world will be completely determined by that.
I've got some text coming. We may have a surprise guest coming on. They're texting me right now saying this is it, and we'll see if they can come on in just a second.
Okay.
What we're hitting right now is the root. This is the root for a lot of us. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the tree's roots meet the dirt, exposing the real roots of dysfunction. And see, this wave of energy, which started maybe when we were really young, becomes an ocean. These things begin to grow like weeds, you see, and these weeds are entangled. We talk about entanglement, they're entangled in our body, but there are exercises. There's things that you could do because
Yes.
it sounds like, wow, this is a little too deep. This is how we're going to fix this. It's not about fixing anything. It's about walking a new walk, talking a new walk. And sometimes it's not easy, but it's simple. And the simple has to do with taking one step at a time. So next Saturday, the class has not been posted yet. We'll be doing the Soulful Science of Change and Metamorphosis class. This is an addendum. This is an extra class, which goes with the 3 classes we already did, but you don't have to have taken those 3 classes to take this. Revisiting the secret of the RAS, the reticular activating system, and the law of attraction. So this law of attraction is like a magnet. We are attracting based on our perspective. And if your perspective, as Dr. Mahdi is saying, is coming through a dirty lens, a broken lens, you see, then you are going to, with your reticular activating system, be possibly always showing up at the same movie, the same result. See, there it is again. Because you can walk in a room and say, see, look at these people in here, they're worshiping some negative stuff. When actually there's something agreeable happening when there's something disagreeable, because everything is connected to its opposite. Even the worst person on the planet may have something good about them.
Yes.
You see? So it is that mindset that we're talking about shifting. And over the many years, we've come up with some techniques that work. Some of them are part of the subconscious alignment. Some of them have to do with your gut and what your body is going through. Because if your gut, and this is the question that somebody asked earlier, how does the gut and the gut feeling and the microbiome tie into this, Dr. Mahdi?
Well, yeah, this is a very good question. It influences us through the vagus nerve. There's a bidirectional influence between the gut brain, as we like to call it, and the brain that sits in our skull. And there's constant communication between the two. And what influences the communication of the gut brain is the microbiome and the organisms that occupy that space and make up that space and that very delicate ecosystem. And so when you have opportunistic pathogens or microbes that are a part of that gut, let's say, for instance, is yeast and candida, you can basically take on a yeast and candida personality and begin to operate from that place that sustains that particular yeast. It wants to survive, so it will begin to influence your consciousness to consume more carbohydrates, create more stress, create more drama, because that creates the ecosystem for it to thrive. And so our gut microbiome can have a positive influence on our perspective or a negative one. For example, lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, they're 2 species of bacteria in the gut. They will influence us with regards to how we feel. So if we are low in bifidobacterium, if we're low in lactobacillus, we will be more prone to depression. We will be more prone to anxiety because those two species are low in population. And when they're in high population, we have a more optimistic, we're more balanced in our emotions. We're not finding ourselves depressed. We're not finding ourselves to be anxious. We're more centered. We're more calm. And so they have a profound ability to alter our overall well-being and just how we are perceiving the world. So yeah, so they can play a very powerful role in our perspective of life and how we're perceiving life and how we experience it. And so having a healthy gut that's not subjected to chronic stress, that's not subjected to consistent large amounts of refined sugars and carbohydrates and things which can disrupt that ecosystem and allow things like candida or other yeast or other microbes to begin to flourish, parasites begin to flourish, then we will, have a more stabilized perception. But if those things are flourishing within our gut and our microbiome has been overtaken by those opportunistic pathogens, they can shape our perception, shape our experience and our perspective as well. Doc, let's jump on the next slide. And this is going to be very interesting, this next slide, because it's going to be an example for us all to see just how perspective can shape our reality.
So before you move on,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'd like to be clear for everyone. You're saying that a person who has a certain mindset will choose certain foods or
Yes.
choose certain activities and foods and ways of living that will also support the mindset that they have. So are you saying that a person who is having serious mental challenge, seeing the best in life, might eat some of the foods that are not the best?
Yes, because because for the consciousness is actually, again, let's talk about this, the bidirectional influence of the brain and the gut, right? So the consciousness occupying the space is a composite of not only what we perceive as I, but that I is made up of these microbes that are inside the gut, outside the gut, all the conditioning, all that makes up the identity. And so literally how we're thinking and feeling and perceiving will influence gut microbiome. And in return, they will influence to substantiate and support that consciousness. And so if, for example, let's just say, for instance, my body is dealing with systemic yeast, systemic candida, overgrowth in the gut. How I'm looking at the world, I'm gonna have a more propensity. I'm gonna be more sensitive to stress. I may do things that create more stress in my body. I also will crave different types of foods. I will even see foods as more desirable, more tasty to me that I want to go get. And because the candida is flourishing, I will begin to operate in a consciousness that continues to allow that to flourish. And the moment I try to go against that, the candida in and of itself will send out its own chemistry to make me start to crave something or even create disruption and anger and frustration and cause me to personality-wise align itself with it again. And if I continue to refuse because I'm getting treatment, I'm using herbs to reduce its population and stuff, it will fight for survival. I will become more reactionary and I have to go through literally like a withdrawal. It's a candida, what we call a candida personality withdrawal, where you become irritable, bitter, easily angered, you're craving sugar. And if you fall into it, you feel great again because the candida's influencing the chemistry. So you start to feel good again. But if I fight it and fight it and fight it and resist it, eventually that frustration, that irritability, those cravings will die off and I will be a new restored self that is based on the new ecosystem that is in my gut now. Let's say there's more lactobacillus and bifidobacterium there and other beneficial species now that are operating in a higher frequency. So I'm not depressed, I'm not feeling anxiety, and I'm more centered. All of this, so it just shows the oneness of who we are as within, so without, and that we are not just this physical form that we think is just the organs of our body and the body itself and all the different systems, but the organisms that occupy this space as well make up the consciousness that occupies this space. We're one literally universe in a microcosmic form that we call self. And it's influenced by a multifactorial, if you will, symphony of different beings that make up the one that we call I, or that we call self. And so absolutely, yes, the consciousness will make decisions and participate in life with regards to relationship to others, relationship to food, decisions of relationship to environment that it puts itself in to sustain the wholeness and the integrity and the congruency of all the beings, if you will, that make up the self. And if you start altering the beings, if you're really choosing to vibrate at a higher level, the more spirit-driven aspect of self is choosing to align at a much higher congruent level, vibrations of different organisms that are a part of this ecosystem that is this body temple some will start to fall away. They can no longer operate in that vibration. Let's say, for instance, it was an overgrowth of candida. We don't lose all the candida because it's a part of the ecosystem, but it can get in a place where it overgrows. So it gets back into a place of more harmony. So it can now allow us to be at this higher vibration. And bifidobacterium, for instance, and lactobacillus will begin to operate at a different level of prosperity within the ecosystem that is the gut, that resonates at this higher level. And whatever other bugs that are a part of this vibration will begin to flourish as we flourish. The cells will begin to flourish at a higher vibration and frequency. And so there's a collective emergence and evolution that begins to take place. But if it's down here and we're trying to raise it here, there's going to be some conflict of interest because the organisms and the beings that hold this space, like, hey, we have a right to exist too. And you've been doing fine here, and we want to stay here. And so anytime we look at trying to evolve, elevate, we must go through this transition. And that speaks to that root of dysfunction. So the root in and of itself is where we currently are. It's the baseline from which we operate right now. And it's that desire of seeking more, because we do have the impulse of life within us. It's always seeking higher expression, seeking more of itself. It is our birthright. And so from there, we then now have that impulse, that desire, that unctioning to rise up, to elevate. And so in doing so, there's going to be a cascading event that's going to take place systemically throughout the body, down to the micro atomic level, and every organism, within the gut, within the body, the skin, the cells, all have to begin to align with that. And that's the work that we're here to do.
Everybody take a breath right now. Every time you talk about this in this way, Dr. Mahdi, it's the only way I could describe it. It's moving. It's emotional for myself personally. I've never heard anybody break this down the way that you do. I am in communication and have lots of friends and people who are in the holistic community and scientists. You have a very, very interesting way of breaking this down that is uniquely congruent. It brings it all together. So I'd like to thank you for this perspective, because I'm not sure if anybody's looked at it this way before, that it's not just changing your personality and your mindset, but it's also changing what you're eating and also what's eating you, what's living in you. A lot of folks say, well, I'm a vegan, so that I should, because I'm being conscious. And I realized a lot of times years ago that veganism is not for everybody.
No,
And
it's
some
not.
vegans are basically junk food vegans.
Correct.
I know some vegans that are very disagreeable and angry about everything. And they say, well, you can't be conscious unless you're a vegan, unless you eat these foods, unless you wear your hair like this, and see, those are perspectives, right? Those
Hmm.
are ideas, and those are things that were given to us as labels,
Yes.
and not realizing that everyone is totally unique. You can't say that all Black people came from here, all white people came from here, all Asians do this. This is the part that we project out on the world that's not factual.
Correct.
So finding our own flow is extremely important, especially now. Now is the time of choosing. We're in a place of choosing. I don't care whether it's in politics, in news, in friendships, and relationships. It's the time to truly choose. And choosing has to be holistic.
Yes.
Choosing must be holistic. Turning off your router at night could change your life. Just turn it off.
Big time.
Just turn the thing off. Every once in a while, I turn it off and go to bed. Every once in a
Yes.
while, maybe for the day, just drink lemon water. Or right now, a really good thing in the northern hemisphere is watermelon with seeds
Watermelon. Yes. Yes.
all
Yes.
day. Just one thing changes everything. And before we go to the next slide, since we're on nutrition and how it affects us, most folks, and if you don't know, that Dr. B's specialty has been parasites ever since 1996. Mahdi, can you talk a little bit about how parasites are affecting us and how eradicating them can help us break away from some of these ways that we have modeled?
Yeah. So let's understand what parasites do. First is, they basically use us as a host to facilitate their existence. Again, we're a symphony, we're an orchestra, a collective that makes up the self. And so parasites are very opportunistic, where they will leverage the human form to facilitate their growth, and to the extent where uh, they can even break the body down to the point to where it expires, by continue to extract and extract and extract. And hence they're parasitic. They're just going to feed off of the body until there's nothing else there. Most of them will try to maintain the health of the body to an extent so that they can maintain and continue their progeny and their growth. And so, as we're just discussing about how consciousness can be influenced, parasites are another perfect example of opportunistic pathogens that can take up resonance and begin to control the space. And and Doc, you speak a lot about the one famous parasite that has the opportunity to take up resonance in the brain uh, via the vector that is the mouse, via the cat, via the human.
Yes.
And it's funny because even in pregnancy, I always get tongue twisted when I try to pronounce this word, this parasite. Doc, say it.
Toxoplasma.
Toxoplasma. Thank you. So it's the toxoplasma. This particular bug, they look, when their woman is looking to become pregnant, they look for antibodies for this particular parasite because of the influence that it can have on the nervous system, the developing nervous system of the child that's in utero, and how it can begin to influence. And there's been a host of different studies that have come out that when toxoplasma is in the brain, that you're going to be more prone to risk taking, doing things that actually would be dangerous to your survival. For example, you may be prone to high-speed car driving, or going out and drinking and driving and doing things that are risky behavior, and your perception of threat is distorted. And you're not going to perceive things that would normally be a potential danger to you the way uh, someone who doesn't have that filtering through this particular parasite would have. And it comes from this parasite entering into the mouse, where the mouse no longer perceives the cat as a threat. The cat eats the mouse because it wants to, because its goal is to get into the cat's belly. That's where it wants to live. That's home. So once it gets there, and then of course, if specifically with feral cats who are out and about, who are going to be eating mice, or if you have a cat in your home and you got a mouse or rodent problem, there's going to be a high probability that that cat will be subjected to this as well. And so then you're exposed to the cat, you now are getting exposed to the parasite, and that parasite takes up residence. And so it's going to begin to use you and navigate you for its purposes as well. And this is how parasites work. So to eradicate them is so powerful, because parasites are very interesting too, because they work on multiple levels. You have physical parasites that we can perceive under the microscope, and we can run parasitology and find them in your stool and say, okay, you got A, B, C, and D, and we can treat that. But there's also, they operate on energetic levels as well. There's etheric parasites, or what you would call spiritual or multidimensional parasites, that not only have the capacity to enter into the physical or this realm of 3D, they can exist outside of 3D and interact with you from a place of consciousness. And you will have them taking up resonance as well within you. And this is where a lot of the shamanic work comes into play, and spiritual work, and even from the religious traditions of exorcisms and these things. These can literally be parasitic entities that have taken up space within you, the self, that are now navigating you into particular ways of being, behaving and experiencing your life, that are not at your highest vibration, but keep you at a vibration that sustain their existence, even at an etheric level. So it's completely energetic, where they're working on you consciously and emotionally. But of course, they can influence the physical, because we understand that the mind and emotions, emotions being the language of the nervous system itself, can now begin to integrate into influencing the cells. And then again, even kind of going back to what we were discussing earlier, creating a new ecosystem within the gut with a microbiome there that makes it more susceptible to even bringing in more opportunistic parasites and other pathogens that can now take up residence, where they have this consortium, right, at this particular vibration, that are now running you and creating this way of being for you. So when you look at parasites, you have to think about them not only from a physical standpoint and the need for eradication there, but you have to look at it from an ethereal standpoint as well, of these ones that can impact and engage with you and attach to you from an energetic standpoint, that have to be cleared. And so through religious exorcisms or shamanic work or detoxification and clearings and all the things that we do as human beings, these things were not arbitrary by chance, but things that we may not, for the most of us folk, who are not able to look through those lenses and see the energies that may be around us or attached to us. But those who have the lens and the vision to do that, they would carry out these rituals and ceremonies to help excise those particular entities from you from an ethereal standpoint, as they give you an herb to excise the ones that are taking up physical residence.
So some of you know that in 1996, I had a profound experience in September, and ended up in what they call the Bermuda Triangle. And in that experience, something happened. And I talk about this in the book that I'm finishing now, that will be coming out, Forbidden Knowledge. We just made a publishing deal for Forbidden Knowledge to put out this book that I've been working on for many, many years. But it's about parasites, mental, physical, and spiritual parasites. And the book is on, it's not just about the bugs that you perceive when you say parasites in the gut. It is about one of the things that Dr. Mahdi just spoke on is the non-physical entities that will use you, right? If you are not in a certain mindset, if you're having certain habits, if you're having certain ways, they will take up the space that you're not using or that you're using in a disagreeable way, not even realizing it. So parasites are things that use, right, a host,
Hmm.
right? They
Yes.
are taking the nutrients of the host. They're living in or on the host, using that host either as a means of travel, transportation to get from one place to another,
Hmm.
or using the food or indigestible foods, or even illness or tissue in the body that's diseased. It will eat. It will suck energy from anywhere. But the most famous of all, becoming one of the most famous parasites, it used to be the hookworm. But now they're saying that this toxoplasma
That's my, yeah.
is the most effective parasite in that it just may be something that is not from this world. And Billy Carson said that it looks like it's bio warfare, where
Mm,
it is a drone, right? From
fascinating.
another species of beings that may be off the earth or who came here 6,000 years ago. We just finished talking about this. And
Fascinating.
what I
Wow.
was taught by this, a lot about these parasites by a Dogon priest. So, these folks, the Dogons, are into everything galactic, intergalactic,
Yes.
and cosmic.
Yes.
And this parasite showed up so profoundly in the readings and in the visions that came to me. And we realized at the point that you couldn't just get rid of toxoplasma by using herbs. First of all, let's talk about toxoplasma. It finds itself in the place called the amygdala in your brain, the
Mm,
amygdala. There's two of them. And this organ has a lot to do with your perception,
yes.
how you perceive. You may be afraid of things that maybe it could never hurt you, but you're afraid of it. So it causes you to react based on fears. It changes your emotions. It changes your outcomes. It changes your perspectives in your mind. So you may be doing things that you shouldn't be doing, or you may be agreeing to things that you shouldn't be agreeing to, and you're not coming from your own natural original self because you've been taken over by this being. These beings are here to do something called terraform the planet. 6,000 years ago, something landed on the planet. And we realize that this may have been what was, and it affected the domesticated cats. Domesticated cats are man-made. They were made in Kemet or Egypt. This parasite, they say, is only in, or it starts only in domesticated cats. And as Dr. Mahdi says, they tell you if a woman is pregnant, do not be around cats because this parasite will infect the brain of the child, the developing child, and cause that child not to develop naturally. But it now started in cats and ended up in mice and it ended up in the feed lots all over the world. In fact, nowadays they use it because in feedlots to domesticate animals because it will keep the animal on the farm. It will keep you running around, fighting the wrong enemies, saying the wrong things, and keeping yourself in a spell or in a cell or on the farm. It causes domestication. So a lot of you may be angry a lot of times about something. You think you're fighting the enemy, but actually that's not even the enemy you should be fighting. It's toxoplasma controlling your thought process. So when we talk about perceptions, predictions, projections, a lot of that has got to do with these parasites. So earlier, somebody said, "Well, Dr. B, what's a beginning place? Where can I start?" You can start by attempting to eradicate these parasites using this new version of what we now call the Elevated Total Body Program at elevationtime.com. Elevationtime.com. In fact, tomorrow I'm going to be talking about this a lot with King Simon. I think King Simon is here. Is King Simon here? Yeah, King Simon. Tomorrow at 11:11 Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be talking about because he's right now on the actual elevated total body paracleanse program and what effect it's having. So you could be conscious and feel like you're a leader. You could be a pilot. You could be a successful business person. You could be at the top of your game, or a person that just feels like you're failing and you can't make it. A lot of times this is toxoplasma changing and clouding your view of the world. There's a really good book. This is Your Brain on Parasites. This is not Dr. B's book. This one is written by Kathleen McAuliffe. This book is called This is Your Brain on Parasites: How Tiny Creatures Manipulate Our Behavior and Shape Society. How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. There's a whole group of bugs and plants and some animals that are manipulators. They manipulate you to think in a certain way, act in a certain way. So a good starting point would be to try our elevated total body program at elevationtime.com. And that helps to clean the slate and help to get rid of this parasite, which, as I said earlier, herbs alone are not going to do it. There's all kind of cleansers out there that are great for the colon. They're great for the digestive tract. That's not the hardest. That's not the most dangerous parasites there are. The ones that are the most dangerous or the most effective are the ones that are systemic. Some of them were made through germ warfare. They dropped, certain, chemicals on communities around the world, right? To win the war. But then that gets sucked up in the water vapor. It ends up in the water table. And now these, some of them are ethnospecific, right? Pathogens. Ethnospecific pathogens that get a certain group of people based on their genes, based on their skin tone, based on the amount of melanin they have to act a certain way. These are ethnospecific parasites, but pathogens that could be made by man. You see what I'm saying? So what we did with this program is we put together herbs, essential oils, flower essences, magnetic resonance, light waves, sound waves to create this powerful detoxification program that lasts over 28 days. Okay, real quick, let me just add this piece. Recently, I had an experience out in Nevada. I went out to record or be on the Sean Kelly show, which will be coming out soon. Big show. And I was out there in the desert, right, where I go to get some of the herbs that I use in the program. And they began to talk to me. And I was led to add some new ingredients, some new essences to the program. So now, not only are we dealing with the physical systemic parasites, we have put essences, flower essences, crystals, and herbs in there that help us deal with the non-physical parasites. They're like ghosts. They attack us. They go through the family lineage. You see what I'm saying? And these particular parasites are the ones that will keep us in many cases from moving to the next step. So for the questions that a lot of you are asking, where can I start? You could start right now this weekend if you would like to get the elevated total body program. It's at elevationtime.com. And real quick, I'm going to give you a discount code for those of you who would like to get any of the things that are at elevationtime.com. You'll get 10% off of everything in your cart over $99. The discount code is perception. So if you go to elevationtime.com and use the discount code perception,
nice,
you will receive a 10% off of everything in your cart, which includes that elevated total body program. Now, real quick, a lot of people say, well, Dr. B, I see you have an elevated total body program and you have a total body program. Which one deals with these non-physical entities? Both. All of the programs that are based on detoxifying or eradicating parasites have both. They all have the new formulation, which works on the energetic or non-physical parasites, and it works very well. The difference is that the elevated total body program also works on toxoplasma. It is working to change. It's not getting rid of it. It's changing the vibration of your body so that your own body begins to locate it and attack it. Because a lot of things that are considered plasmas, you can't see them. So the body may look at an organ and it's looking for a certain color that's off. It's looking for a certain film that's over that organ, and it doesn't recognize it because they're translucent. Well, what something that like that, you have to diet. You have to change the vibration of the body. You have to change the frequency of the blood, because the blood brain barrier will not let your average herbs pass into the brain because the brain is too sensitive. So we created a system that will help the energy, the changed energy, go through the blood brain barrier and begin to attack or eradicate or help your body eradicate many of these parasites that are very powerful. They're considered superbugs. So the elevated total body program, it deals with superbugs. The total body program does deal with systemic parasites that are throughout the body, but not the ones that may affect the brain, especially. So I just wanted to say that right now for a lot of folks who are saying, well, Dr. B, what can we start? Well, we start by possibly choosing the elevated total body program, and also make sure you're on the email list, because right around Monday and Tuesday, you're going to start seeing ads for the class that we have coming up, which is the Soulful Science of Change and Metamorphosis that Dr. Mahdi and I will be teaching next Saturday. And that class, you will have the actual tools to change your entire life. Not only change your life, did you know that when you change your life, you change your lineage, you change your family, you change everything around you, because you become a lighthouse and you begin to radiate and walk different and talk different. And when you do that, then you are really truly here to do what you came to do and live the life you came to live and change your life expectancy. Are you ready? Let's go. Back to you, Dr. Mahdi.
Yes, sir. We can jump back on the slides so we can go to the next one. So this is a test. And what I would desire from everyone is I want you to put your answer in the chat. So we're going to, hypothetically, we're going to have a meeting coming up this coming Wednesday. And our meeting has been pushed forward by 2 days. Which day is the meeting? I want you to put your answer for which day the meeting is in the chat.
So explain it one more time. It's a hypothetical meeting.
It's a hypothetical meeting that was scheduled for this coming Wednesday. But we're going to push the meeting forward 2 days. Which day is the meeting on?
So we got Friday, Monday, Friday, Monday, Friday, Saturday. Wow, Dr. Mahdi.
Let's go to the next slide, Doc. If you chose Monday, you're operating from a time-moving perspective. In this perspective, time is seen as flowing towards you. You're still, and time is moving through you. When we say the meeting is pushed forward, it means the meeting date moves closer to the present moment, because you're in the present moment, time moves through you. This is your perspective of reality. So therefore, the meeting being moved 2 days forward means it's moved closer to you. So that must be the meeting is going to be on Monday. Operating from the perspective that you're in right now in time and space, that time moves through you. Therefore, if it's on Wednesday, we're moving it forward. It must be on Monday. This aligns with your interpretation of reality of time and how you're perceiving and moving through time. Doc, you all right?
Oh man, that right there, Dr. Mahdi. Man, which planet you say you was from now? This is deep.
Yeah.
Look at all the different answers.
Yeah. Based on their perspective. So the folks who are answering from a place of Monday are time moving, they're operating from a time moving perspective where they are still, they're the center of reality and time moves through them. So therefore, if we're pushing the meeting forward, it's getting closer to them. So it has to be on Monday. If we go to the next slide, we're now dealing with those who chose Friday. They're operating from an ego moving perspective where you see yourself as moving through time. So when I say the moving is pushed forward, it means you're moving forward in time to reach the new meeting date, which will be 2 days further out for you, which is Friday. And based on the consciousness who is perceiving that question of that hypothetical meeting, that's how each of us are operating through time and how we perceive it. And this perspective shapes our reality. And it's very fascinating. I'm doing some independent study right now on this time moving perspective versus ego moving perspective, and how that shapes our behavior, shapes our reality and what we perceive as consciousness, and how it influences our choices and our overall experiences. And so when we understand that either we're moving from a place of where we're that center and time moves through us, or we are moving through time and time is the center. Based on that perspective, gives a lot of foundational understanding to how an individual is navigating life, all shaped by his or her perspective. And so what's fascinating with this is no right or wrong, but we can see very clearly now that based on the information that was given, we each had a unique perspective of it. For me, when I came across this question, my immediate answer was Friday. I'm more prone to an ego moving perspective, where I'm moving through time. Where another individual will, for example, my wife, she said Monday when I asked her the question. She operates from a time moving perspective. And so we're going to jump into now what this means, how this shows up in how we're experiencing our worlds. So if we go over to the next slide. So for us who operate from a time moving perspective, our cognitive framing, we're moving towards, where people who see time as moving towards them might perceive themselves as more passive in relation to events. They may feel that life is a series of events that come at them, which they now must react to. So that this perspective, you're going to kind of have this kind of cognitive framework about your life. Things are happening to you. Things are coming at you that you now have to react or respond to. So it can lead to more reactive potentially feeling less in control at times. Individuals might focus on preparing for what is coming, which could be beneficial in terms of being ready for future events, but might also cause anxiety about the unknown when you're operating from this perspective. That was shaped by what we were discussing with the reticular activating system, our perception, how we created our perception, our predictive mechanism of the brain, and our overall perspective. But it's all in time. It's all based on time. Time is literally the common denominator, if you will, or the piece that connects us to what we call experience of life. So therefore, within this framework of time and space and matter in which we're breathing, living, and having our being, we're operating from either of these two perspectives, where time is moving through us and we're the center. Or if we go to the next slide, where we're now looking at the ego moving perspective, we move through time.
You know, you just blew Dr. B's mind. We didn't talk about this, bro. I don't know where. I remember the children used to be in trouble, and we used to say, "Where is this coming from? I don't know where this is coming from." You know, you're in trouble. I don't know where this is coming from, but this is a deep thing. Now, what about those, Dr. Mahdi? Because there's a bunch of people that said Saturday.
I think they again, through perception, they misinterpreted, because I said 2 days, removing it 2 days forward from Wednesday. So either it's going to be Monday or Friday. But for the folks who said Saturday, that's deep. That's really deep. That came up as, for them, through their sensory organs and how their brain interpreted that scenario, is happening now. It's happening on Saturday.
Well, I said Monday because as a musician, you know, especially in the type of music that my favorite music is going to be, you know, what they call jazz or improvisation. Mm-hmm. If you say we're moving it forward, see, I see everything where I'm in the center. And if you're moving it forward, you're moving it closer to where I am.
Most artists do that. Hudula, she's a writer. She's a poet. She creates, you know, she's in that creative. Most artists who are in that creative space, they're going to be the center, because from the center, you're able to perceive everything around you, and you take from your surroundings, you create from it. So it's a completely different perspective on life.
A person that says and sees it as being later, then it's almost as if they feel, and it's correct me if I'm off a little bit. Mm-hmm. They feel that the event has moved away from them.
Yes.
It's moving further away.
Yes.
Which means
that's how I perceived it. I saw it as moving away from me, so I got to go catch it.
And even though you have both, the part of you I've known till recently was the part that was the scientist, the analyst. That's the part that I knew until recently. I found out that you're an artist too. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. But a lot of folks, I'm wondering if there's a difference between those of us who are truly cultural creatives and those of us who are waiting or thinking that the world or our universe affects us. Here, let me break it down. Cancel, cut, delete, and clear. It's basically two types of people. One type of people feels that the universe is working with them and they're in the universe and part of it. And that things are happening with them, for them, and by them. Then there's another group who feels that the universe is affecting them. What's happening is affecting them. So if it's moved and is moved away, see, I always see challenges and it's moved away. Some people will say, well, that gives me more time to prepare. It's not going to be on Wednesday. I wasn't ready anyway, so let's do it on Friday. But if it's forward, for me, forward is closer to Dr. B.
Yes. You operate from the center.
From the center.
Yes.
So the person that, say that one more time, the person that doesn't operate from the center, sees it on Friday.
So we'll use each other as example here. So when the question was posed, you saw it as, oh, that's the meeting's going to obviously be on Monday. The reason why it's obvious to you that it's on Monday is because you're the center of reality in your perspective. Everything happens through you. So time is moving. Dr. B doesn't move. Whereas from my perspective, Dr. Mahdi is the one who's moving through time. Two completely different perspectives of reality. So for me, when you said it moved forward, oh, it went away from me. So I got to go catch it now. So it's further away from me. So I got to move towards it. Whereas with you, since you don't move, time moves through you. So therefore, if it's pushed forward, that means, oh, it got pushed to Monday because I'm the center. Whereas from my perspective, I'm moving and it went further away from me. And neither perspective is wrong because that's the paradox of time. And it's through that perspective of consciousness that we navigate our lives and we make decisions based on that. And there's qualities and aspects to it now that I'm researching and looking into. How does this shape? So when I'm working with individuals based on how they're framing their relationship to life, their relationship to time, as the common denominator that gives them space and allows them to have the material expression of their body here in time. If I understand that more clearly, as I even learn about myself, it gives me more perspective from which lens I'm operating, and those around me, from which lens are they operating. And so it's a very interesting thing. And it's all based on language, because I could have been much more concise with the language and said, oh, yeah, the meeting was supposed to be on Wednesday, but we're going to push it back to Monday. And if I'd have said that, when you hear the language for me, though, I'm pushing it back to Monday. I would have said I'm pushing it forward to Friday because of my perspective. Whereas for you, you would have said, oh, we're pushing it forward to Monday, or we're going to push it back to Friday from Wednesday. All based on conciseness of language from the unique perspective. And so our perspective shapes our reality through time based on the point of view in which we are perceiving it. And so, because for you, Dr. B, that you are still and you are centered, you allow time to flow through you. So you're going to respond and react to the things that come your way. Whereas my perspective is I got to move through it and take more of a proactive engagement with it in order for it to happen. And again, there's no right way or the wrong way. It's just the duality or the paradox of how the human brain experiences the phenomena that we call time. Because time in and of itself is literally a conscious or mind construct. And based on that mind or mental construct of how we perceive it is how we navigate our lives. And so that gives us that cognitive framing and the life perception that we have.
So time is an illusion and it's based on your perspective.
It's not an illusion. It does exist. To be here in this realm, you cannot have it without time. But it only exists in this realm. But the fascinating thing about the consciousness of who we are as beings, we can transcend it. So, we have the capacity to step outside of it.
Yes. To manipulate time.
To manipulate it. Yes.
So I've taught for many years that time of itself is only a piece. It's a 180-degree piece. And there's another side of it. There's another 180 degrees, which is emit. So if you take time and turn it around to emit, it has to do with what you are doing with the time. Yep. What are you doing with your time? How are you expressing your time? Emit has to do with expressing.
Yes.
So it's not just time, it's how you use it. And me especially as a percussionist, as a producer, I'm always manipulating the time in the song. I'm manipulating the rhythm to create different perspectives and different sounds and different rhythms within that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a friend, his name is Greg Curtis. He's a really, really great producer. Look up Greg Curtis, record producer. He and I are very good friends. We work on a lot of projects together. And when he does whatever he does, he manipulates the time in such a way that the feeling of the music is amazing. Because this is what the difference is in some of the greatest musicians. It's the timing, or even a rapper. It's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
timing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, you listen to Kendrick Lamar, the way he's playing with timing. You see what I'm saying? It has to do with how you use the time that you have.
Correct.
So let's go to another thing that to me rides along with time, and it has to do with love.
Okay.
Were you, Mahdi, at the class that we did at Elevation, the Sacred Sexuality class, when we were on Pico Boulevard? We upstairs in the old office, we did a class on sacred sexuality, and I started off the class by saying, "What is love?" Were you there for that?
Was that with was the brother Nichiyama there too?
No. This was way before that.
Okay. Well, I may have been there. You had to refresh my memory.
Okay, so we asked the question before we could go on about sacred sex, because people were there, they want to learn all about how to get sexually, sacredly, spiritually intimate, and have universal orgasms, right? So I posed the question, what is love? And let's go around the room, and we're going to pick based on everybody. If 50% of the people agree, yeah, that's it, then we'll say that's what love is. So we went around the room, and people, they said what they felt love was. At no time did 50% of the people agree on what love was.
Yeah.
We were there from, say, 7 o'clock until almost midnight, and there was no agreement on what was love or what love was not.
Yeah.
We couldn't go on with the series. In fact, I stopped doing the sacred sexuality class because I realized first we got to start off with love. So when we say what is love, just like we're looking at time, everybody's going to have a different perspective of what it means to move something forward 2 days.
Absolutely, Doc. And that's the thing about it. Perspective shapes reality. And everyone has their unique point of view and perspective. Some of us may share in it. Obviously, we see folks who are saying Monday. We saw folks who were saying Friday. We have folks who were saying Saturday, even multiple ones. And it's a perspective. And that's what shapes our reality. So I wanted to bring this point up and using time as an example here of how we even navigate through time is unique in perspective, as well as love. And we talk about the 5 languages of love, and what that means to us, but it's all based on perspective, tied into the things that we discussed as far as perception, how the brain predicts, and then, of course, how that shapes perspective. And so all that's cascaded into this life journey of experience that we've all had that shaped that for us. And so it's very unique, that even in your household, you can have 2 distinct perspectives on time, on love, on any subject matter that's part of the human condition. And if there's poor communication, or one doesn't have the capacity to express properly his or her unique perspective, that's where we can come into conflict and misunderstanding and disagreement due to the lack of healthy and complete communication. Like I said, being concise with our language. And so the only way we can become truly concise with our language is understanding the self and who we are. It goes into self-awareness, doing a full analysis of who you are and all the multifactorial things that make up who you are and how that influences the perception and unique perspective you have. And so, of course, we will get into those steps next week, but this is what we're about. And so when we look at utilizing, which I've always been very fascinated with time and understanding the construct of the mind and how it perceives it in this realm of space, time, and matter, that simultaneously existing in 3 different states of what we consider past, present, and future as now, which is very interesting. And so within that, we are having a position of how time moves, or does it even move, and that's the whole thing. From my vantage point, time isn't moving, I'm moving. From your vantage point, you're not moving, time is. And that shapes how we experience in our lives and what we're choosing to do in our lives.
I was in a relationship at one point, and the person told me that if I loved them, I would spend more time with them. And it had been too long since I'd seen them, called them, talked to them. So I must not love them. That's why I'm saying love and time are an interesting thing.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
all based on perspective.
Based on how you see time.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that we're going to be dealing with next week is how to change our perspective and rewrite the story.
Yes.
About love, about time, about food, about people, about culture, about race, because we all have these perspectives that may not be based in an actual referent. They're references.
Yeah.
And a lot of times we agree on the crew or the crowd or the herd or the culture or the village or the group that we come from. We agree with them on what it is. Mm-hmm. When we begin to become, self-perpetuating, when we become totally creative, we realize that the most powerful thing in the universe is improvisation. Mm-hmm. Watch the show, The Man That Fell to Earth. A Man That Fell to Earth. It's a show. You've got to watch it. It starts off almost like it seems like it's a comedy, but it is so deep and it's real. It's an actual it's a story actually taken from history, something that happened in the 50s and 60s. But this man comes to the planet and he's attempting to help save his planet because we got water here and they're running out of water. But he's looking for the most powerful thing there is in the universe that can help create more water, more food, more sustenance to recreate life. I'm not going to tell you exactly what it is, but at the end, they break down what this thing is that we all must do to recreate our lives, to rewrite the story, to step into now, to get out of what could happen tomorrow and all that and about yesterday is something that we must do in this moment each day.
Yes.
Once again, it's not easy, but it's simple. So what we're going to do next week, next Saturday, is we're going to give you the actual steps. It's an actual class. Starting Monday or Tuesday, you'll start receiving messages if you're on this email list about this class that's coming up that we'll be doing next Saturday. It'll be about 11 a.m. Who knows how long it's going to go? It depends on how deep Dr. Mahdi gets, because sometimes he gets to a place where we almost have to stop it because we got to blow the cobwebs out our minds. And now is the time to do it. Now is the time. This is what 2024 is about. It started off with Cat Williams blowing off cobwebs. I mean, it was mind-blowing what he was saying. And it wasn't even about who he was talking about. It was his angle. It was about the highly energetic, spiritual almost approach that he was taking about life, about what we don't know and who we should be to be successful. Then recent we had the, what was the next piece that came after Cat Williams? Because it's been constant throughout this year, things coming to the surface.
Same interview by the same platform, or
no, by another person.
Terrence Howard.
That's one of them, but there was another one I was thinking about. Terrence Howard. If you listen to what Terrence Howard is saying in his interview, he's talking about faulty fundamentals. How everything, the fundamentals that we think are scientific, like he says, for instance, he says, how does 1 times 0 become 0? So if you're standing there and you multiply yourself times nothing, you disappear.
Yeah.
You disappear.
You know what's interesting, Doc, with that whole thing, and they brought some mathematician on. I don't know if you saw that. I haven't watched it yet, but apparently he's discussing with Joe Rogan and Terrence. They're discussing Terrence's, his perspective, right,
Yes,
on
yes.
things. So the fascinating thing about math can only exist in a two-dimensional realm. You will never find math in life. In that, what I mean, if we say 1 plus 1 is 2, you can say, okay, I got one person here and I have another person here. So those are two people. From the perspective of two dimensions, you're correct, where math exists. But in reality, each of those individuals are made up of two individuals. A parent, two parents, a father and a mother, that have consolidated into a unique expression. So therefore, there's 3 in 1. And therefore, you, in essence, have 6 representing there, just in the immediate construction of that individual. But if you begin to even go back further, you have the parents of those parents. And that's not even speaking to the other organisms that we already discussed here, today, that make up the self. And so within nature, that construct of what we call math, it only can exist in that two-dimensional realm that we've created within the mind, within consciousness. But when you look at the expression that is life within space, matter, and time, these things are not there. And this is what Terrence is speaking of even too, about straight lines. And this very using, the sacred platonic shapes that you cannot find in nature, but you do find the spirals, the spiraling, and the circles, and the curvatures, the waves that make up this realm, this reality, and how it's perceived and how it's experienced. And so within our capacity as human beings, yes, we have the ability to create a two-dimensional world of mathematics where we can then orchestrate what we call physics based on, these principles that we've conjured there. But when you remove that and you try to, and what Terrence is saying, when you try to apply that to this realm, it starts to get tricky. Because in nature, 1 plus 1 will equal 3 in nature. And within the 1 and 1, you have 4. So that's where it's very interesting. And when you get into one of the things that I found very interesting when I was in medical school and we were studying embryology is, so when a man and a woman come together, what is taken are 23 chromosomes from the man, 23 chromosomes from the woman, 23 chromosomes within the sperm, 23 chromosomes within the oocyte, ovum, or egg. They come together. So you got 23, 2 and 3, a 5 vibration and frequency with another 5 vibration frequency come together. 23, 23 to make 46. That 4 and 6, when you break it down, it brings it back to 1. And so even in understanding things from this realm, it always will equate back to 1. And so we can have a diversity, a multifactorial expression, but that multifactorial expression is a division of 1 emerging back into itself. And this is what, Terrence was articulating there, but this so-called Newtonian, based mathematician who's looking at things in a very linear construct and in a very, very mechanical, mechanistic perspective, would argue against it and challenge that because his perspective, his point of view is confined to that dimension, which is 2 dimensions.
So in medicine, modern medicine says if there is an organ that's having a problem, we should poison it, kill it, cut it off, and get rid of the organ when the organ may not be the issue that started it. The root of that, right, is something else. So we're looking at the symptoms. You see,
Yeah,
we're looking at the symptoms of the issue and not looking at the root of the issue. And to
correct.
study the root, we would have to study for possibly 40 years, like in the mystery systems, to not just study the physiology. We made it look at the geometric shapes that you live in, the box
Mhm.
that you live in.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? We need to
Yes.
look at the food that you're eating.
Mhm.
We need to look at the conversation that you're having. And
Mhm.
that's what's traveling in the genes. That's your
Yes.
genies. That's what you're generating. That's what you're generating, because it's not the genes, right, that are creating your life. That it's not them that are dictating. It's the environment around the genes. That's Dr. Bruce Lipton, the biology of belief. So a lot of what we feel about medicine and everything is based on faulty perceptions. It's faulty fundamentals.
Yes.
So they're
Correct.
going to poison it. They're going to cut it. And if you're organic, your body is organic.
Mhm.
We're going to give you something inorganic to try to fix the organic issue, which is going to have side effects, which I think we should take the word side effects off and say effects.
Effects. Because from food, you have side effects. You have
Yeah.
effects. Because the body in and of itself is literally working in such a way, whatever it receives is a catalyst for more life or the degradation thereof life.
Yes.
And it's consistently, the body is designed to transmute alchemically, physiologically, biochemically, anything it receives. It has to create from it. And there you get into the laws of construction and destruction, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. But
we'll put a pin in that because we're going to talk about that.
Put a pin in that. Yes, sir. And so what's very fascinating when it comes to our medical model, where we look at symptoms, how our brains, I can't really say our brains in the collective of the human condition, because this is a more cultural conditioning, more so found here in what we call the West, which is very odd. There's a West on a sphere, talk about that, where there's this concept of compartmentalization, where there are other cultures or consciousness on the planet that has a perspective of wholeness, a perspective of integration, interdependency, where within this linear, more Newtonian, Cartesian, more so Cartesian model of reality, is a linear expression of time, and things are compartmentalized and objectified as non-self. So therefore, when there's not a perception of integration, where I can now look at things as other than myself, and even within my own physical construct, the body is compartmentalized as other. The liver is unto itself. The heart is unto itself. The kidneys are unto themselves. The intestines are unto themselves. The skeletal system is unto itself. And the understanding that this is, as I indicated earlier, a symphony, an orchestra, a tapestry, if you will, woven together, that there is internal and external exchange, synergistic exchange between what we call the self and what we call the environment. And what's very fascinating when it comes to that model, even the external world is looked at from a symptomology viewpoint. That life in itself. Trees are perceived as symptoms that are non-self, that now have to be dealt with and engaged with in a mechanistic, compartmentalized way. The air, the land, the water, all are looked at from this mechanistic, compartmentalized, linear perspective as non-self. And so this is all based on that perspective. And from there, again, going back to how perspective shapes reality, based on that perspective, yeah, it's no problem. Oh, the heart is not working. Let me cut it out and put in a new one. Oh, we need to, we can take this synthetic thing that we engineered in the lab and we can put that into the system to carry out a particular effect, because I don't see it from this tapestry, this symphony, this organized ism or organism that is engaging with a greater organism within itself. And so I'm not looking at it through that perspective. I'm not looking at it from that point of view. So I'm going to navigate this realm differently. I will have no problem destroying anything that I do not perceive as self, because it's other than me. And so that is a very unique point of view, a unique perspective. So I can't say for us as a collective hour, because it's unique in a particular culture, a particular way of perceiving.
So, it's interesting. Kendrick Lamar says they not like us. This is becoming a big thing. And the thing is, who is us?
Exactly.
They not like us. Well, first you got to define who us is. Because yes, your body isn't us. It's a we. There are so many individual beings, as you laid out earlier, living within us. We're not one thing. Then if we look at just ancestry, Mahdi has at least 4,000 beings living within him. This is just on this continent.
Yes.
If you look at the grandparents, then their parents, and it exponentially begins to move out. There's 4,000 beings living within you that are looking for direction from you once you become the captain of the ship and here now today. You get to use the concepts, the life force, the learning, even your friendly bacteria, your microbiome, all of that's coming from ancestry. But it's up to you today to become the farmer. It's up to you to be the CEO, the captain of this vessel, and not just think that everything is affecting you and attacking you. So somebody earlier was talking disagreeably about the medical system. First of all, we don't speak disagreeably about anything that is going to affect us, because there may be an emergency where you find yourself, you've had an accident and your leg is off, and you might need to go to these folks that can put it back on, because they can. In emergencies, modern medicine does very well.
We created extraordinary miracles for us as a collective within emergency medicine. There is nothing like we're at the cutting edge of what we have the capacity to do as human beings. We have that right now, and that's where our medical system that we classify as conventional, right? There's nothing better on the market, and what sometimes I even have to bring into the awareness of clients and students that I work with is, they're like, and doc, you've had this too. Oh, just give me this herbal, or give me this new food, or this nutraceutical or supplement. I want to keep it all natural. And I'll never get what our elder, as I call him, Grandpa Gregory, said that night. He said, he said, if I have an accident on the road, don't take me to Whole Foods. Take it, for some herb, because that's not going to help me. I need to go to the hospital. And it serves, it's a part of our elevation in evolution as a collective here, what we've done thus far, and we continue to advance and grow within this specific field. When it comes, unfortunately, to the chronic conditions, we only have the capacity to maintain,
Yes.
not heal, just maintain the body to an extent. And so therein lies the challenges with the conventional model. Chronic conditions is where there's the struggle because they create the pharmaceuticals that only can maintain, but not heal the body. Some things may potentially heal, for example, like if you give someone antimicrobials, antibiotics, that may eliminate the pathogen. But however, in the process of eliminating that pathogen, it wipes out all the other healthy bacteria as well that stabilize that ecosystem that we're discussing. So now you're going to perhaps potentially be more susceptible to things. So this is where they're still learning. We still are growing and evolving in our approach to well-being, our approach to what we call health in that area, where some of our more traditional forms of healing have a greater mastery. And also, we have to also take into account what we call conventional or modern medicine is just that. It's very modern. It's really a good 100 years or so in its expression on this planet, where we have the traditional forms that go back thousands and thousands and thousands of years and have not deviated from those principles from which they were cultivated initially. And so those are things we kind of have to take into account when we're looking at medicine.
And just remember, there are times when there are emergencies where we have to go get something, some procedure.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
That's powerful, but it's afterwards how we do the healing. So
let's
say you got to go get something that actually is kind of destructive. Well, we have the power first starting out mentally to focus our mind using our reticular activating system to look at things that are going to replace, you know what I'm saying, the balance, the harmony, to get to a place of homeostasis by using herbs and friendly bacteria. I'm taking a probiotic right now by this company called Vitalife, I think it's called, and it's 60 strains, 60 strain probiotic, and it's amazing, you know,
broad spectrum.
Because a lot of these friendly bacteria have been, you know, blown away by foods that we've chosen or activities and things that we've gone through. So once we end up in that system, you may have to end up in there, right? What are you going to do when you get out? Same thing like jail. You may have to go in for a while. Well, what are you going to do when you get out? That's the thing. How do we work on recovering? And we start by working on our perspective of ourselves and who we truly are. If you've got 4,000 ancestors directly working within you, if you open up and have a meeting every Monday and just have a meeting and ask some of your ancestors to come help you with what you're dealing with, just you can ask for help. A lot of us don't know how to ask for assistance because we don't believe in it. We think that we can only ask God. Now, who is God? What is God? This is a whole, now we're getting real deep. What is God? Who is God? When you say God bless me, do you even know what you're saying? And I was doing a show with Billy Carson, and I said, well, this thing about Jesus, I said, I think maybe we need to change that to Mesus based on what it says in the Bible about you being able to do more than he could do. What about me?
Brother.
And coming from the place that me is miracle. Do, re, mi, that's Latin. Me in the do, re, mi is about the miracle, becoming the miracle, being the miracle, and becoming a self-generating self. And because we got cells, we got genes that fix broken genes. But you got to call them online. You got parts of your body that can self-repair if you was to go into that space and just allow it. And don't get caught up in time saying, I tried it for a week and it didn't work. Dr. B, I did the cleanse. Somebody told me the other day, they said, well, Dr. B, I did your cleanse 5 years ago and I'm going through all these health kits. I already did the cleanse and it didn't work. I said, well, wait a minute. You did the cleanse when? 5 years ago. Well, it's best to change and go through a type of eradication and a shift and transformation every time the seasons change. If you're not detoxifying mentally, physically, and spiritually each season, then you are going to what? Be affected by the environment once again, which is going to trees. Imagine the tree and what it goes through every year. Storms and lightning and bugs. What does it do? Every season, it begins to what? Regenerate. It's always expressing itself. This is what nature is always doing is expressing ourselves. So one of the things that we're going to be talking about in this class is how to start from now, how to rebuild, how to reassess our world and do an inventory of what we no longer desire. You can start right now. Do an inventory. What activities do you do habitually? What things do you say habitually? What just comes out of your mouth habitually? Who do you call? Who do you talk with? Check this out, Mahdi, and I'm going to hit this real quick. I came up with something recently. It came to me because a lot of it comes to me in dreams and when I'm out in nature. I was looking at toxoplasma. And I said, wow, this thing has a cousin. It has two cousins. One of them is malaria. They're very related. Did you know malaria, when a person gets malaria, they begin to put out these pheromones that attracts more mosquitoes? Because the mosquitoes want to come and bite the person with malaria, so it gets the parasite that is malaria and carries that to another person.
Wow.
They work together. This is deep. But have you heard of the parasite uriplasma?
No.
Oh, this one is deep. Uriplasma lives in the urinary system. And in women, it goes between the vagina and the urinary tract. In men, it lives inside the penis. It's called uriplasma. Look it up.
Yeah.
Uriplasma, the cousin of toxoplasma, will cause you to have intimate contact with people who don't have toxoplasma so that toxoplasma can travel from one person to another.
Wow.
Make you horny. And this person, their vibration is nothing like yours. It really doesn't connect, but you just need some. Or two people who have toxoplasma will act in a certain way so that these beings can come together and make babies.
Wow.
The parasite is controlling for a lot of folks who they having sex with.
Yeah. Man. Wow.
And look at the babies that are coming from this. The babies now have the toxoplasma too. Then you eat food that has toxoplasma. You have activities that support the life of toxoplasma and other parasites. This is deep. Uriplasma, look it up. And there's only two herbs, and I'm not going to tell you what they are. Go do the research. There's only two herbs that can help to eradicate uriplasma.
Fascinating.
They are in the cleanse. So a lot of people, when they do the cleanse, they notice that they no longer have a desire to be with this particular person intimately. Sometimes they need to repurpose their relationship and just say, well, let's just be friends, but let's not be intimate. Because sometimes who you're having sex with, who you're sleeping with, who you're spending and creating most of your time with, right, is a situation that keeps you in the state that you're in. It's a self-regulating system. It's time to break free and break through and break out. And sometimes if you're in a relationship and the one person is growing on a certain level that you can't keep up with, you break out. You start blaming them. You've changed and you such and such, and you don't do this anymore. Well, I'm expanding. Let's expand together. But some folks are not willing to expand. They would like to stay where they are, stay with the beliefs. They need Christmas. They need Valentine's candies. They need these holidays. They need all this stuff to make them feel whole because that's what they grew up with, which is almost like a type of abuse that you like because most of your holidays aren't even made for you. How many of you are creating your own holidays? I'm not saying don't go to the holiday event. I'm saying, are you creating your own holy days? These are the things that we must break the spell. These are the things that we're going to talk about when we talk next week about how to start from now. Every technique you're going to need your pencil, your paper. You're going to need everything because these are pieces that we covered a bit in our first three classes. But this piece we're going to dig all the way in on this reticular activating system, and the power of magnetism and being able to attract. The laws of attraction are deep, but you're already doing it. So now we're going to learn how to attract what we desire. Are you ready? Are you ready? And if you like material like this and you're enjoying this, then go to our YouTube channel and subscribe and hit that like button. They just told me to say that, so I have to do that. Hit that like button.
Hit that like
button. If you don't like it, don't hit the like button. Don't do it just because I'm telling you to do it. You may not like it. It may not be something for you. But when I was talking about they not like us, this is a deep metaphysical statement. First, you got to figure out who you are and figure
Yeah.
out what is not like you. You're about to
Hmm.
reach for some food that may not like you. It may eat
Hmm.
you.
Hmm.
This is not about an enemy out there. It's about inside. Being able to get rid of the habits and the ways and the mental, physical, spiritual parasites that are causing you to walk the way you walk, talk the way you talk, make love and have relationships and choose everything based on this. Now is the time that we get a chance to change everything. Whenever you look at what they call the news, politics and everything, you see there's a fight going on every level. If people within the gangs are fighting other people in the gangs,
Yeah.
guess what? The window is wide open. The big shift is here because now you can do some things. Nobody's watching you. Oh man, they listening to your phone call. Who? Who is listening to your phone call? And what are you saying that really makes that much of a difference where the black helicopters need to come over your house and swoop you up? Because you mentioned a few things on your. How many phones are there in the world? They say half the people in the world got phones, at least half. So what is that? 4 billion? That's another perspective of how many people there is in the world. Well, I don't even know because most people don't do the census. So I don't
Yeah.
know. Let's say half the people in the world got phones, and how many people do you need to listen to these phone calls? Oh, AI is going to take over. If you allow it, it's a tool. I remember when they went from analog music to digital music, they said it was the end. It was going to be the end of the world. Oh my God. A couple years ago, 5G is going to kill almost everybody. Did it? If you believe it, if you follow it, if you take it into your body, it becomes your material, that becomes your home. You got to be ready to destroy this house that's not yours. You're just a renter
Exactly.
and build a new home. Dr.
Exactly.
Mahdi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You jump back on the slides. So the next slide is that ego moving, and we kind of covered it for everyone. This is again, as Doc was saying, he thought Monday. My perspective was Friday. This is that ego moving, like we're moving through time instead of time moving through us. And this is a unique cognitive framework in and of itself that we operate from. But what's really beautiful about it is that we all have this perspective, and it's how we are experiencing our life and utilizing this life that is of the utmost importance based on our perspective. And what we have the capacity and power to do is change our perspective. This is why when we encounter, teachers or friends or other people, when we expand our horizon, when we broaden our gaze and begin to come from a place of allowance, we're able to allow new points of view, new perspectives to come in that begin to add to our perspective, help us shift our perspective to one that is more aligned with the inner innate desire we have for the life experience that we are so desiring to experience and to participate in here on this wonderful, magical planet and realm that we exist in. And so understanding your perspective and how you're moving through time, how you navigate time. And what's very interesting too, one of the things I did share in our previous courses was this concept of how we balance and that unique rhythm that Doc was talking about that we each have, and understanding what is aligned for us and what is not aligned for us, and following that unique rhythm. The two essential elements that we each have are our time and our energy. And it's how we manage our time and energy through our choices, our decisions, determines the overall experience. And so getting in a place of mastery and understanding these principles, Doc, you can go to the next slide, and how our reticular activating system is filtering our world, giving us a level of awareness that we currently have based on our education, our experience, our perception, etc., and how these things have shaped what we call our current cognitive framing. We now have the ability to use these same elements, if you will, of our reticular activating system, our perception, how the brain predicts, our perspective, to begin to transmute and transform our lives. And so, Doc, if you go to the last slide, literally, we exist in a cycle of perception, prediction, and perspective that are governed by our reticular activating system that set up the cognitive framing for our life. And so, if you all would just imagine, if you're looking at this model here of our perception, how the brain predicts, how the perspective that we have, how it's regulated through this reticular activating system, and imagine based on this model, a frequency, a wave emanating from it. This is literally what we are doing. Through our perception, our prediction, and our perspective, we are sending out a frequency into the universe based on our point of view in space, time, and matter that enters into the field, that disrupts the field. And the field is constantly reflecting back to us who we are based on our perception, how we're predicting and expecting of life, and the perspective from which we're operating that perception and that expectation, all based on this reticular activating system. And it's from there that you then have the capacity to create, attract, manifest. And it's by design. We cannot manifest beyond how we are here. You cannot manifest beyond this, the root of our perception, the root of our expectations, and the root of our perspective. We cannot manifest beyond that. You could sit there and wish for and hope for and dream for and desire for all you want. We can do that all day, every day. With the fixed, very rigid point of view that we have, that's not expansive, that's not flexible, that's not allowing for growth and transformation and change, we will only draw to us and we can only experience what this cycle of reality gives us. And as I was sharing earlier, and as Doc and I were discussing earlier, that as we decide to elevate ourselves, it must be a chorus in the elevation of the cells that make up the body temple, of the consciousness, of the emotions, of the microbiome. All these things have to be in chorus, be in symphony, be in harmony, creating a new tapestry that is evolving. And as we do so, and we're leaving the current place where we're operating from, there's going to be die-off. And I'll see if I can get the video, Doc, and we can probably play it next weekend. But there was this brother, I think he's like a minister or something like that. He was talking about something that I found that it was very simple in what he said, but quite profound. And most things that are profound are very simple in truth. In order to move forward, in order to elevate in space, time, and matter, in order to move forward, to elevate, you have to leave something to get to that destination. So, for example, I'm sitting in this chair right now as I'm sharing with you In order for me to, if I want to go into my kitchen, I have to leave this space. I can no longer, I can't occupy this space and then be in my kitchen. But if I'm so caught up through my perception, through my perspective, that this chair is comfortable, it feels good. I like how it feels. I like the color of it. I'm familiar with it. I feel safe and comfortable here. I don't know what's in the kitchen until I get there. If I'm fixated here and I'm comfortable here, I will never leave this space, leave this chair. And for me, and for some of us at times, we're so fixated and we're so caught up and we're so conditioned and connected to where we are. We're so rooted in our perception, in our expectations for life, in our point of view and perspective for life. We're so rooted in it. The idea of uprooting ourselves and going into a new elevated state of being can be very scary and very challenging. But the analogy that he gave that was very interesting to me, he spoke about these 10 lepers. It's a story in the Bible about these 10 lepers. And they came to Christ for healing. And he told them to go show yourselves to the scribes or to the Pharisees, go show yourselves to them. And they left. He didn't heal them. He didn't heal them. Okay, now show that you're going to heal. He told them just to go show yourselves to these people. And then them getting up and leaving him, and through the journey from where they were with him, making their journey to where they were going to show themselves, it was during that process that they were healed. So literally they had to step out, they had to move forward, they had to get up from their condition, they had to get up from their level of comfort, and through that act of faith, through that walk in and of itself, they evolved, they elevated, they healed. And it's like this for us when we look at this realm that we're in order to move, in order to get to any different space, we have to leave the space we're in. And that space is consciously, emotionally, and physically. It may require social leaving of relationship, as Doc was speaking about earlier. It may require leaving a diet style of nutrition. It may require leaving a unique way of believing and thinking. But we must be in a place of allowance for a new perspective, different perspective, and be willing to move forward into that new perspective. Elevate ourselves beyond the current conditions that we find ourselves in now. This is how we are able to begin to vibrate at a higher frequency and begin to draw to us that is relative to that frequency. We cannot experience anything beyond who we are. So when we're talking about the law of attraction, we're talking about manifestation. I can only manifest that which I am. So if I'm operating from a place of poverty or scarcity, or this place of trauma, or this place of stress and fear, or this place of lack, and that's my perception, that's my reticular activating system, consistently looking for the evidence of that, I will not even recognize the blessings when they come. The opportunities that are manifesting that are being even shown to me in the here and now, because I'm choosing to remain in the mental, emotional, and physical state that I'm vibrating in. Once I come to myself and recognize that I am more than my current circumstances, and I must return into that which is the divine declaration from my life, the decree that was spoken over my expression here on this planet before I ever came, by the generations of ancestors who had hopes and dreams that I'm literally the focal point of now. And as Doc was saying, I can now pull on and get access to and begin to communicate with, and the genius and inspiration and insights that's packed away in this so-called junk DNA that's waiting for me to access it, that's lying dormant. I'm now open to this, recognizing that I'm more than my condition, I'm more than my current circumstances, and I'm going to elevate myself, I'm going to rise. It's from that place that I begin to emit a new frequency and a vibration. And as long as I sustain that, and there's congruency from spirit into matter that are now one, this entire universe must convert itself to hold me at the vibration that I am, because that's the law. And that is the gift that we all have been given. Most of us have been operating from a place of unconsciousness or the lack of awareness to this truth. And we've been carrying it out from an unconscious or subconscious standpoint. But we now have the opportunity to begin to recondition that unconscious state, that subconscious state, and to bring it into a higher awareness where we're now conscious of our true potential. And we're now going to leave our current condition and we're going to move forward. We're going to get up from the chair, leave that space, and enter into a new one. And so we're going to get about the work of that next week.
Hold on now. Let's just stay there. We're going to let you go in just a little bit. I know you've got things to do over there in Spain, and we're glad that we could have this time with you.
Yes, sir.
I like to look at things in the life of Dr. B, because in no way should you think that we here who are giving this information are perfect. These are things that we're actually going through and coming up with solutions with that we're sharing. I do see some of our teachers and so forth, in some of our master teachers and whatever we call ourselves, sometimes coming from the ego perspective of they know, and this is the fact, and this is the way it is, and this is what you're going to have to do. And it almost creates a fear paradigm. You see, we're saying if we change that just a bit, we're here to say there are options. There's many ways to get to the mountain, many ways to get to the lake and the river. This is just one perspective. Yeah. But recently, I personally went through something where I had a breakdown, and I'm actually going to write about this. And I basically left my body in New York and Brooklyn. It's called Alone in Brooklyn, where I was going through, I didn't even know what it was, but I felt like I was dying. I felt like I had the flu and fever and all of these things. But it came down to me realizing when I was at my holistic chiropractor that I had an issue, right? Because I had hiccups. This was the other thing. I had hiccups for like 3 months. They wouldn't stop. Maybe 2 months. About 2 months. Wouldn't stop. And they kind of lessened up, but for 3 weeks, it was just terrible. Every breath. And when I was at my chiropractor, he says, let's do some muscle testing. And he tested and he tested. He says, well, what happened at 15? I said, what do you mean? Nothing. Well, everything was great at 15. He says, well, no, 15 is coming up. There's a lot of resistance, inflammation in your diaphragm, which connects to 15. Something's happening in 15. And I'm like, I don't know. And then he goes on, and he says, oh, whenever I say the word winning, you go weak. Do you have an issue winning? Now check this out, Mahdi. So what do you mean? He says, winning. Do you accept winning? Do you celebrate winning? I said, maybe. He said, well, let's go back to high school. When you graduated high school, did you celebrate? Did you go to the events? I said, well, I was in the band, so I had to play. So I never really celebrated it myself. My thing is music. I didn't really celebrate. There was no big deal. I wasn't pumped up about high school. I was afraid. I was glad to get out of there. Then he mentioned all these things. I have several I've received several platinum records, gold records. I have golden, what they call the Golden Reel Awards, which engineers get for excellence in engineering and music. I've received all these awards. I never went to any of the ceremonies. The times I was nominated for Grammys, it's about 5 of them. I never went to a ceremony. I was always, I got to go to work. I got to do this. I never celebrated success. Now check this out. I'm bearing my own stuff here. The man said, well, something's up right now in your field, in your energetic field about winning. I said, oh, wait a minute. I'm up for an award. He says, what kind of award? I said, well, in the health and wellness category with Forbidden Knowledge, the first annual Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Awards, I'm up for, health and wellness practitioner of the year. This was last year. He's like, what? He said, with who? He says, with Billy Carson? I said, yes. He said, man, do you know how big this is? And he goes and looks it up. He says, Dr. B, you're in the category with some of the top people on the planet. You got the guy that did the book. I can't remember his name. Dr. Ober, I think his name, that wrote the book on earthing or grounding. Mm-hmm. He says, you're running neck and neck with him. I said, that guy, come on. This is the guy who invented cable TV. He's known all over. He says, you're in running with this guy. So you have actually won. If you're nominated for something, you've won. I said, well, he says, well, you're going to go to the awards. And I was like, I don't think I'm going. He says, why? And I just don't feel like going to suit and the whole thing. I had excuses. He said, you've got an issue winning. So check this out, y'all. I'm driving home and I'm on the freeway and I just get all this emotion and I break out crying. I have to get off on an exit so I could because I can't see. I'm just full of emotion and I pull over and it all hits me. At 15, I told my father that the rest of my life I was going to do music. He lost it.
Wow.
You're going to be a doctor. You're going to be a lawyer. He had all these things that I was going to be that I didn't decide or choose to be. You'll never win. You'll never be anything in music. Music is all about sex, drugs, rock and roll, and you're never going to. He had all these nevers about music. That's not something honorable to be doing in his mind. At that point, my idea of winning became anchored and locked with my father. And even though I went on to become very successful in music, in my subconscious, I was not a winner unless I won in the way my father said I should win. Check this out, y'all. This never hit me. I didn't even remember 15 and this thing happening with my father until me having this experience just last year, going back to 15 and saying, I haven't accepted winning or celebrated winning because I could only win in the ways that my father said I could win. I never thought about this consciously. Never. I was making more money in a year than my father made in his lifetime at one point, but I still wasn't winning. It was nothing. Then there was one more piece. I was being pushed to go to the Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Awards to be honored. And I was not going. I had every excuse. And it wasn't until I talked to Billy and all of them, they said, look, you got to come and blah, 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 blah. And they came up with everything to get me to go. And I still wasn't going. The reason why I got sick in that hotel room is because my body and my mind and my spirit were all being torn apart.
Yeah.
And I was going through a type of death. I was going into the dark matter. I was going into the shadow self to break this spell. Check this out, y'all. I basically lost my mind. And when I went to the awards, this feeling hit. And when I saw all the people, when they said, Dr. B, Sirius, the people screaming, oh, Dr. B. I was like, these people, because I'm on the internet, you can't see the people. You just see them in the chat room and, oh boy, some numbers, but it's not like the visceral effect of being there in the room, in that liquid crystal space with all those people. It changed me. And even though, I was there and I didn't walk the stage to receive the award because Dr. Ober did, I was walking the stage internally and saying, I am a winner. I'm going to celebrate this. And I did all the things to celebrate for the first time. And I remember crying over and over and over. I'm actually celebrating. And I said, I'm celebrating it all. So I figured it was over. It's done. I celebrated. I went to the awards. It was great. They did give me a Forbidden Knowledge Award. I did win that award because everybody got one who was part of the system or their organization. The next one comes. I get a call earlier this year. And this is a little deeper, Dr. Mahdi. Dr. B, you are being nominated again. I said, for what? Health and wellness? It says, no. Spiritual leader. Huh?
I remember that.
What are you talking about? You have been nominated. The people have voted. You're amongst the top spiritual leaders on the planet Earth right now. Whoa, that can't be the whole planet. Because there's a lot of people out there you don't even know who are spiritual leaders. But I'm just saying, in the mainstream, I looked at the people. Y'all go check it out. This is the Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Awards. I was chosen, and I was like, this got to be wrong, Billy. Y'all got to fix this. This has got to be a mistake. I don't think that I should be in that circle. He says, you don't think of yourself the way the world thinks of you because you're caught based on some childhood stuff. And you got to break this paradigm, Dr. B. You're coming to the awards. If you get there, you're going to celebrate. We're having a 3-day event celebrating you and people like you. So just stop thinking, I had to get cursed out, and have your ass here. So for those of you who would like to vote still, the voting is open until the 15th. The voting closes. So if you feel that, and the thing about it, when you go there, you got to vote for a lot of people. Even if you don't know them, just check them off. But those of you who have already voted, thank you. I am learning for the first time in my life how to accept even the things that you've said about me, Dr. B. Oh man, Dr. B, man, you're this, you're that. I never heard you. When you would start talking, it was like I hit a mute button. This is between you and I. All the years that you would say, Dr. B, man, you're this, and I respect you for that. I would hit a mute button and I wouldn't hear it because my thing of success was still tied to my daddy. You see, a lot of us want to be successful, but the opposite still has us. Some of us want to be rich, but broke still got us. Some people want to be conscious, but the subconscious still got us. Some people want to rise, but falling still has us. We are in a place where we have to break that spell. Just listening to what you've said today, a couple places I was really emotional because I'm looking at that Dr. B, looking into myself. Never mind what other people, some people in the chat are talking about what other people got going on. Shut up. You are your own universe. And within us, there are flaws. There's nothing perfect. I don't care how deep you are, how powerful you are, how much success you have, how many cars, how many women, how many men, how many relationships, how much money you got. We're still here on a planet that's going through change, and it's going through trial and tribulation. We are all going through trial and tribulation. I'm saying we're starting a brand new community. Never mind the spiritual community. I like to call it the spiral community because the spiral is always changing, expanding, and growing. So we're changing, expanding, and growing together. Mahdi came to elevation months ago, and he was through. He looked like a skeleton. He was shaking like a leaf. What the heck is going on? He came home to visit his family. What happened? It don't even make no difference what happened. He had to step back into what was connecting him to his past and the way his family saw him. So, of course, we did subconscious alignment, and he got some herbs and did some things, and it took him months to come back from going back into that stuff. We all do it, y'all. We all do it. So the key here is to vote for ourselves. Never mind who the president's going to be. Vote for yourself first.
Yep. Who's in your house? Forget the White House.
Who's in your house? Who's in your house right now? My highest choice is that you are feeling this information. And those of you who are going through challenge and illness right now, or change and shift, just vote for yourself and feel and know that it's only temporary. These are all temporary, even dis-ease. It's only temporary.
Yes.
And in order to go to a new place, sometimes we're going to have to leave the place we're at. This is what Dr. Mahdi says. The gravity that's pulling you back is going to be just as strong as what's moving you forward. But your idea of where you're going must be stronger than the feeling of where you were at. The past does not repeat itself. The past has never repeated itself exactly. Never. That was something somebody told you, and that keeps you on the farm.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Mahdi, I respect you, and I see where you're at and where you're growing, and the things when you came to me, when you were coming from the Chinese medicine, you were saying, man, I can't take it. They was kicking your butt when you was in Chinese medicine school. You would come and just sit down sometime. And what happened? I was in class today, and you didn't like it. You see what I'm saying? I remember you were working at the place where they basically create children. I remember this. You were working at the place, and you would just sit down sometime and just stare off. And we would be meeting. They said, well, what's going on with Mahdi? I said, you don't understand what Mahdi's going through. They make children, and what they do to the people to make more eggs, and what they have to do to get the wombs to accept this thing. That's deep for him to see that and to experience that. So nobody knows our stories totally. You know your story, but it's not over yet.
Exactly.
But the challenge is moving from one place to another. You got to get up. You got to get up, and you got to move towards the new idea. And no matter if the old idea, the ghost of it, is attacking you, you have to be ready to eradicate that. It's only temporary. Your pain, your disease, your mental imbalances, it's only temporary. Are you ready to break that spell starting today? Are you ready to get rid of your mental, physical, and spiritual parasites? This is what we call the soulful science of change and metamorphosis series. This is what we're dealing with. And it's more, the energy of the universe is more open and available for us to change it now than ever. Because it's something they didn't tell you in the news. As they keep throwing you all this, because it's like a lot of mass distraction. What the stars did, who's in trouble, who slept with who. Well, that ain't none of your business. You don't even know if it's true or not. Bad news is good news in the entertainment industry. It gets you to get out of your zone and feel like you know what's going on with these people. You don't know them because you don't even totally know yourself.
Exactly.
So it's about moving from where you used to live into a new place. And you know how we all, most of us, we don't like moving. We don't like packing all that stuff up and getting in the truck and going to the new place. But we like being in the new place. So be in the new place and imagine the rest of this is just what we must go through. Dr. Mahdi, before we let you go, now before when Dr. Mahdi hangs up, I'm going to spend a few more minutes or take a few more minutes to explain to you, do a little homework here and let you know what's happening at Elevation. But Dr. Mahdi, wind it up for us. Or did you have another slide?
No. We went through them. We that was the model. That was it. Just really understanding that we're consistently shaping our reality each and every day. Each and every day, we're shaping our reality each moment. In this moment, the person who started the webcast with us this morning or afternoon, if depending on where you are in the world, your physiology has shifted, your biochemistry has shifted, cells have died, cells have been born. Your emotions have been moving and fluctuating. Your consciousness has shifted. You're not the same person. And there's so much for each of us to explore within ourselves. As Doc mentioned earlier, we're truly vast universes. So to have ourselves concerned about what people are doing, how they're doing it outside of you, the moment you turn your gaze inward and start to look within, removing that gaze, looking outward, and you turn the gaze inward and begin to just examine the self and what makes up the self from a point of perception, from a point of prediction, from a point of perspective. What has conditioned your reticular activating system? How does this extraordinary body temple of mine work? What is it comprised of? How am I experiencing and witnessing, observing this planet that I am on, that's hurtling itself through the cosmos. What is my relationship to it? When we start to ponder those questions, ask those questions of ourselves, the answers there will give you the answers to everything you need to know about the external world. It all is within. And so let us put the focus there. Let's use the reticular activating system and turn its filtering inward to begin to examine self, examine the story of self, examine the meaning of self, and create a story and create a meaning that's truly worthy of the divine uniqueness that we each are. This is the transformation. And it's for you, it's with you, whether you choose to actively participate in it or not. It's happening in this moment. These things are unfolding within you right now. What we're encouraging you to do, what we're challenging you to do, is to be an active participant in your own transformation, in your own growth, and not just allow the circumstances of life to just happen, but to actively create the circumstances of your life in a way based on your terms. And Doc put it very well. Folks, we're all here finding our way. And we're all way showers through our own example to those who come into our lives. So I'm looking forward to those of you who will choose to be with us next weekend, and grateful and thankful that you were able to share in this with us today. So blessings to all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mahdi, and
Yes, sir.
thank your beautiful wife and the land that you're on, Spain, right now, and
Yeah.
you're really teaching all of us something about how to travel and go into the unknown, because for the unknown, for some of us, is scary, and it's based on some pre ideas about what's out there, because I don't know and it's really interesting. Some of us are afraid to go into the unknown, but we also don't like where we're at. So the only place to go is into the unknown, which could go either way. But we've got to move out into a new place. Otherwise, we stay stuck.
Doc, I'll say this before I get off, man. It was very scary for me to leave the world that I knew, that is United States of America, to get on an airplane and fly to a country where I was literally a stranger in a strange land, could not speak the language, didn't know anything about it. And step out truly in that uncertainty, truly in that unknown, and be willing to experience and encounter whatever it was that it was going to be. I could not have imagined the steps that would unfold until they unfolded. And I had my ideas about Europe and my ideas about Africa. And it wasn't until I stepped out of the US and the conditioning and that bubble of letting others tell me about the world and began to experience. So I have my own referent to operate from and my own knowledge about it. Through my own experience, it began to shape a new perspective, a new paradigm for me. that I could not participate in unless that decision was made to leave. Again, get up out of the proverbial chair to go into a new space and experience how it is for me as a unique observer of it, not based on what anyone tells me about it, because that's just hearsay. And if I just imagine about it, it's speculation operating from the predictive nature of the brain, trying to speculate and anticipate what it would be like. But when I allowed myself to leave and come into this space here and explore all of Europe and begin to explore Africa and open myself up to a world greater than the one that I had encountered. And of course, throughout the US, coming from the Carolinas, traveling all the way to California and traveling, constantly at 4 times across the country, visiting different places, north, south, east, west. Having those kind of experiences shapes my perspective. And the more that I allow myself to engage with the unknown, engage with the uncertain, it broadens my perspective. It gives me a unique understanding because no one can ever see the world through my eyes. Only me. And no one can see the world through your eyes. Only you. And all of us that are here right now, no one can see the world through your eyes the way you do. And it makes you very unique in this realm that is life, because there will never be another that will come again that will see the world through the vantage point, through the point of view, through the perspective of your uniqueness that you are. Even if you believe in reincarnation, that you come back again, you won't have the same body. You may not even be in the same space. The circumstances of what we call the story of humanity may be different. And you're getting a whole new paradigm of reality that you're now working from. So the precious moment of now, the precious moment of your life that you have is very sacred. And it's for all of us to go out here and experience this thing to the most. But we have a lot of distractions that we can begin to fixate ourselves on and be worried about and concern ourselves with, and allow those things to take up residence within our consciousness, take up resonance within our mind, take up resonance within our bodies. And that then becomes an issue for us that now operates in our tissues. And now we're operating, living from that place, not realizing that there's so much more to us if we will only open up broaden our horizon, broaden our gaze, turn inward and get to the core of who we truly desire to be, and then go out and experience it, take the action and live. And so, yeah, I'm finding my way just like you are, the same way Doc is, and we're way short for one another. So let your life and your time here, your sacred time here on this planet, truly be an example of what it means to live a life to the fullest, uninhibited by the opinions, the ideas, or views of others, but that your view is what ultimately matters, because it's through your view that you're seeing the world. And you have the power and capacity to change that view into whatever view you desire.
Really briefly, Mike Jones says the roots of our dysfunction comes from our elders. They set us up or left us out to dry.
Interesting.
That perspective is true for Mike Jones.
Mm-hmm.
When actually it's not what you think it is. We are testing ourselves. Masters will always test themselves. We chose our families. And some people can't get this because we keep thinking from the mind of, straight lines and, 1 times 0 equals 0. See, this is the perspective, and the root of the whole thing is different than that. We were given gifts by our elders that we now must overcome. We're giving tests and trials and tribulations. But if your mindset is what they did to us, then you're in a victim mindset. You're in a victim mindset, which you will never win. If you think that they did something to you, everybody's doing something to you, then that becomes your reality. And that becomes like, that becomes the world you live in. So I might, maybe rethink this before you even post these things, because you're sending out some energy that may not be the best for you. It's just a perspective. We will be tested, all of us, by something. We just imagine the deer are out having meetings about how bad the wolves are and what the wolves are doing and where the wolves are collecting themselves and where they're at. They're going to kill us. They're going to eat us all. That's not a fact. The deer has to focus on being the best deer it possibly can, because a deer can outrun a wolf. It can outjump a wolf if it's in its prime state, if it has its prime directive online. We got to get our prime directives right. Otherwise, the root of dysfunction, we are now giving the fruit from that with dysfunctional fruits that we're dropping off to our community. So sometimes if you don't have something good to say, or you haven't really thought about what you're about to post or about to say, maybe just be quiet. That's just a lesson for all of us. I'm not going to I'm using Mike because he put his stuff out there, but a lot of us think like this. What they did to us. What we're saying is that there's a whole nother perspective that we're going to be covering next week. How to let go of the parasites, the energetic, spiritual parasites that are causing us to stay stuck. It's a sticky situation. But guess what? There's a way to get rid of stickiness. There's a way to reduce and evaporate and vaporize that stuff and start something new. If you're willing to do that, then be here next week. Dr. Mahdi, once again, you have opened up all of our minds, and I really appreciate you where you're coming from. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Truly an honor.
We'll talk this week, and we'll build this and attempt to create the best space for people who are ready to change.
Yeah, that is the intention, and that will be the preparation.
So thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Thank you. All right, y'all take care. Blessings.
Much love. Be the light and travel light.
Definitely will.
So wow, that was eye-opening. It was amazing. And we've all, we're all on a journey here. And let's not take it so personal. And some of us, we got to realize that, what we came through is testing us. One of the things that I'll have to mention, I feel I'm being led to mention, is the role that gluten has in this. Gluten is this very processed wheat that it's it's glue. It causes you to never really manifest what you'd like. It even has a substance in it that's kind of like opium that gets you high, where especially processed gluten, very denatured and cloned types of wheat. They're really causing a problem. There is some more natural versions of wheat that don't have as much gluten, but gluten can keep you stuck emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. This is why sometimes when you could be going through something and you eat some white bread, all of a sudden you just, oh my God, it was amazing. Or you eat your nice vegan sandwich and you put it in that white bread or that brown bread or any of those wheat products that we use here in the North America. Most of them are pretty toxic and they keep us stuck. So there is a booklet that's going around that was written by the people over at Organic Organizers. Let me show it to you. I don't have the book, but I do have their website. Organic Organizers has a booklet, and it includes a section on gluten and which gluten-free products there are out there and ways to eradicate some of the eating that is causing habits that move us towards a more disagreeable life. Also, Organic Organizers, they do coaching, and they're just not coaching. It's Organic Organizers, they help you reorganize your life organically, mentally, physically, spiritually, business ideas, things that you have. They're really good, and they've worked with us here at Elevation. They've done some great things here, and just small things that made a big difference. And so we're saying, hey, go check them out, organicorganizers.com, and at least get that booklet. The booklet is really, really good because you could decide you're going to be gluten-free or eat better food, but you got so many choices out there, you become distracted really quickly. So what they've done is they've put together an organized way of picking some things that taste good and that are highly nutritious, and things, ways of looking at our lives, because it's all about reorganizing our lives. So shout out to organicorganizers.com. Go check them out, and help reorganize your life. And if you've got ideas and things that you're stuck, ideas, you need some assistance, it's best to get some guidance. And this is one place that you can get some guidance that is more hands-on, because here at Elevation, we're not able at this time to do consultations, but there are people out there in your community that are really able to guide you in the best way, from a soulful standpoint. So go check out organicorganizers.com. There is a new project about to be released, or a new song, and it is some of you have been to our Dr. B Sirius YouTube channel, and you've checked out the Sonic Immersion 1 track that's up there now, Sonic Immersion. If you haven't, go check it out at our YouTube channel. And please become subscribers and join with us, and you'll get notifications about what's happening. But we have a new one, and it's going to go up. If it's not up this weekend, it'll be up probably around the first part of the week. It is the Sonic Immersion 2. This one is way out. I reached into some places and pulled out some stuff that's really deep. So that is the Sonic Immersion 2 music track, which will be on YouTube within the next few days. So be looking out for that. Sonic Immersion 2 by Dr. B Sirius. Also, I have finally just about finished our first release on the Sirius Vibes album, Dr. B's Sirius Vibes. We have an album coming out. It's kind of jazz related and groove related. There's never been anything like this. I have a lot of big people in music who I'm featuring, or who we're featuring on this project. Some of them are jazz musicians that are not even on the planet. It's an improvisational thing. It's got grooves that are off the chain. And that is coming out within the next couple of days. The first song is called The Sun. And it has to do with this alignment that happens between the sun, Sirius, and the earth every year. The song is about how to create peace, and it's tuned to these sacred frequencies, but the groove is off the chain. We have a couple very famous people on the project on this particular song. One of the featured artists is Kebmo, Kebmo. Go check him out. Every once in a while, I play percussion. I just was on a tour with him. Kebmo is doing some stuff that's different, very different. It's almost like folk, earth music, kind of bluesy, almost kind of country, but it's our original music. And he's going to the original soul vibe. That's Kebmo. Check him out. And he is featured on this album. Somebody mentioned Roy Ayers. Yes, there's a song that'll be coming out that features Roy Ayers. And also there are some songs that are like featuring a lot of different people you may have never heard of. But this project I've been working on this for many years. So the first song coming out, and this will be a commercial release, it's called The Sun. The Sun. The Sun. So be looking out for that. I'll probably send out an email when it is actually released, so that you can go and let this song change your life. Just the vibration, the groove of it. You can dance to it. And we'll be looking for some people that can, push it to the next level. Please share your experience today. Share this YouTube live. It will be up. Share it with your friends. Let's make it go viral. To me, this is the root of dysfunction, right? We're hitting at the core of it now. It is not information that's so deep and so metaphysical and so far out we can't use it. We're going to be talking in these series about the soulful science of change and metamorphosis. All of the subjects are things that you can do. The soulful science of change and metamorphosis 1, 2, and 3 are at elevationtime.com. elevationtime.com. They're up there right now, and you can go join those classes that have already happened with Dr. Mahdi and myself. But we have this new one that's coming next week. This is an addition. This is another level of that class that everyone can join into, no matter where you're at. And that's going to be the soulful science of change And that one is going to be next Saturday at 10 a.m. It will be a class. It won't just be a talk. We're going to give solutions. Revisiting the secrets of the RAS, the reticular activating system, and the laws of attraction. That's next Saturday at 10 a.m. A lot of folks are saying, well, how do I get on? How much is it going to be? Well, you'll receive an email if you go to elevationtime.com and get on the email list, get on the newsletter so you can be, alerted about these special situations that are happening. You see, these are things that have never happened before. The information that we're, pulling out of the atmosphere right now, all of us, even you, are brand new. The genius in the vibration of nowness is really coming through. We have made it to a whole new level. And yes, all of the music that we're creating right now is tuned to 432 and 528. Please look that up. If you just type in 432HZ and how music tuned to those frequencies changes everything, right down to your root. It starts changing the way your chakras and your body meet. You see, that is one of the original frequencies from what they call the solfeggio, which is a sacred, code that we used in music before everything was standardized and taken over by the Western world and the crown and Rome and all of that kind of stuff that kind of changed things to keep people, because even the music today is trapped. Since 1957, all the music is trap music. If it's tuned to 440, it's all a trap. And it might be a great song. You really love it. But if it's tuned to 440, then it's not going to give you what you could get if it was tuned to 432. You can also go online. There's a lot of songs out there that are tuned to 432. In fact, I have a whole project. Let me see if I have it here. If you'd like to download the music project that I've created, which are medicine music, go to elevationtime.com and you can download the medicine music projects at elevationtime.com. Go to shop and you'll see medicine music. And there are 4 projects there that we've already created that are changing the frequency of whoever listens. Even the neighborhood, some people feel it and their neighbors can feel it. And you begin to take in this vibration and carry it. Music is medicine or poison, depending on the frequency, the rhythm, and the point of view that it's coming from, or the perception or the projection that it's coming from. So we're creating music that helps to change people at the root. If you like it, let us know you like it. So that's medicine music, the medicine music projects at elevationtime.com. But also we have some projects that are on YouTube. There's more and more coming. So join us on YouTube, become subscribers. If you like it, like what we're doing. If you don't like it, you don't have to, don't stress yourself. But those music projects are at elevationtime.com. And also there is a Dr. B Series A-list class bundle. This is for this is a group. I think it's like 14 classes that I've taught in the past that we put together in one bundle. You could be in college. If you start using these classes as classes and take them seriously, take notes and go out and actually try and use these things, these techniques that have come through us, they're there at elevationtime.com. It's the Dr. B Series A-list class bundle. And that's on sale right now at elevationtime.com. So for all of you who are here for the first time, welcome. It is our highest, desire that you've gotten something today that you could use. Something that is not just going to sit there, but something you actually go out and use and ponder. And next Saturday, once again, plan to be in the place in that class, which will start at 10 a.m. You will receive an email if you are at elevationtime.com and you've joined the newsletter email list, because these classes fill up quickly. They fill up really quickly because people all over the world are looking for solutions. We're looking for solutions to change ourselves. And when we change ourselves, we change the world. We're connected to everything and everything is connected to us. We are all living in oneness, whether we realize it or not. And yes, I will be at the Forbidden Conscious Awards in Miami. If you can go too, I think there's still tickets on sale if you'd like to go to the awards. It's a 3-day event. There's going to be a boat cruise. Yes, there's going to be a celebrity basketball game. There's going to be lectures, workshops, and I'll be opening the program with a special musical harmonic shift vibration and a subconscious alignment at the Forbidden Knowledge Conscious Awards. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for listening and investing this time. Please use the information that you're receiving. Just if you don't agree with it, just ponder on it for a second and tell some friends. Share this class or this webinar with friends and family, and don't force them. Don't force other people to believe in or follow what you're following. Just send it to them. Just offer it to them. And even though they may not move right now, sometimes it takes time for folks to move. But once we stop forcing our point of view, the way we eat, the way we see the world, what we think they should be doing, once we start forcing that, then we're creating a wave of a resistance wave. Let's send out a wave of love so that the universe can wave back to us. If you've got something disagreeable, hold on to it and think, should I really say this? Do I really mean this? And as far as your enemies, are they truly your enemies? And if they are, why is it in you? Why is it in your consciousness that somebody doesn't like you? Don't feel that somebody, because they didn't tell you they loved you and they didn't do certain things within the time that you think that they are not with you. That is an assumption. You're jumping to conclusions. Read the book, The Four Agreements. Read the book, The Four Agreements by Miguel Ruiz. Just live by that. And Outwit the Devil by Napoleon Hill. Just those two books alone will help you reorganize your mindset. So we thank you very much. Once again, the discount code, which will be good at elevationtime.com for everything over $99 in your chart. That code is, what did we say it was? Oh, here it comes. The discount code is perception. So when you go to your cart, you're ready to check out, put that code in. And for those of you who are members of Elevation, who have joined our membership, you automatically get 10% off of everything. And when you see the price, you're not seeing the price everybody else sees of whatever you're choosing. It will be a discounted 10% off price. And for members who actually use this discount code today, you'll receive 20% off. So there's the membership, which gets 10% off of everything. And there's some very interesting things we've got in that membership part of Elevation. In the membership section, there's 4 videos about aliens that I think you'll find very interesting. There's some menus up there. There's some book selections and things like that. And there'll be more coming soon. So that's at elevationtime.com. And be ready, willing, and able to accept what's coming. And tomorrow at 11:11, I will be on with let me see the flyer. Did I find the flyer? I'll be on with King Simon, and I'll be on with King Simon, and that's at 11:11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. King, what's your I don't know if he's on, because I think people were talking to him. Yeah, it doesn't say. I think it's King Simon Presents. Yeah, at King Simon Presents on YouTube. That'll be at 11:11 tomorrow. I'll be on with King Simon, who is a powerful numerologist. He's actually past the numerologist. This brother is, what he's doing with numbers and equations is amazing. And he is on the Elevated Total Body Program right now. And he said his life began to change the minute he took the first drops. So we're going to talk about that tomorrow at 11:11. Also, this Wednesday coming up, I'll be on the Carl Nelson radio show at 8 a.m. in the morning. That's this Wednesday. Write it down. The Carl Nelson radio show, which is a terrestrial, radio show, and it means it's on the planet. And I've been off and on his health and wellness facilitator since 1994. So we have a very special relationship. And for those of you in Washington, D.C., we'll be coming to you soon. and to several cities. We may be putting together something that all of y'all can get a little closer, in touch with what we're teaching. But on Wednesday at 8 a.m., the Carl Nelson Radio Show. Just look up Carl Nelson Radio Show, and I'll be on the radio live. And it's a whole different message that I bring to that, because it's a different vibe, because of the power of Carl Nelson, who is a award-winning newscaster, radio host. He's amazing, amazing. So that's Wednesday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow at 11:11, I'll be on with King Simon. And this Saturday coming up, be ready for the Soulful Science of Change and Metamorphosis class, and you'll get that in the email. So I've said a lot. Please join the email list and follow us, Doctah B Sirius, over at IG and on Facebook. Thank you very much for your time, your space. And my highest choice is that we use this information to build ourselves and use it on ourselves first, and stop judging other people, talking about other people. We need to take this time to mind our business and business our minds, put our mind in the business of ourselves first. See, and stop gaining your power from talking about other people in a disagreeable way, or meaning harm to anybody else, or feeling that you must compete. The one we must compete with is ourselves. That's your greatest competition, is your old self. Be new, be now, be love. Move into the place of nowness, newness. And let's look at letting go of the past. It's challenging. It's not going to be easy at first, but there are techniques and there are tools which we will give next Saturday at 10 a.m. Until that time, be love, be peaceful, be at harmony, give love. Make this your holiday. Realize that the sun is shining on everybody. Everyone is receiving the same gifts and the same message. It just depends on whether you can hear it. We're all in oneness. We are not separate. So when you point the finger at others, remember your 3 fingers are pointing back at you. So it's elevation time. Much love, much harmony, much everything that you desire to yourself, because you are attractive. Let's get down to the roots, the roots of dysfunction, and let's change them into function. Changing dysfunction into function is the alchemy that we're charged with. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. And we'll see you very soon. Much love. Travel light and be the light, and be as light as a feather. Talk to you soon. Thank you very much.